Where it stays cloudy, it'll be pretty cold in the south, 4 or 5 degrees. Elsewhere, we might sneak up to 6 or 7, but still on the chilly side for the time of year. Feeling colder in the north on Sunday as a strengthening wind brings more snow showers into northern Scotland. Could see a few centimetres of snow in places here. There's a snow and ice warning in place. A few scattered rain showers across England and Wales. But again, many places here will be dry. Perhaps a bit brighter on Sunday. Better chance of seeing some sunny spells. But everywhere, still feeling chilly.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 13th of January. Today, the United States has launched new attacks on Houthi rebels in Yemen as the rebels vow that those strikes will not go without punishment or retaliation.
At The Hague, Israel has hit back at South Africa as it presents its defence at the International Court of Justice over those accusations of genocide.
Tensions in the Red Sea might seem far away, but their impact is being keenly felt at home. Oil prices gone up 4% as tankers divert course. We'll be looking at how the crisis will affect all of us.
And the pub of the year has been named the Tamworth Tap. But with rising energy prices and cost of living pressures, is the British pub actually at risk?
It's a real threat, actually. And we've got all your sport this morning with Aidan McGee.
Yes, good morning. In the Premier League, Manchester City, the treble winners, of course, are facing up to life without Erling Haaland. We'll have more on his injury later this hour. We'll be looking ahead to the first Grand Slam of the year in tennis, the Australian Open.
And what's happening with the weather? It's feeling colder every day, isn't it, at the moment? Aidan McGivern will have your forecast.
It's turning colder this weekend and some places will have disruptive snow by the end of tomorrow. Find out all the details in the forecast coming up.
Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News. Well, to our top story this morning. Overnight, the United States launched fresh strikes against a Houthi radar site in Yemen, following a joint operation between the UK and the US, which was yesterday, of course.
Well, nearly 30 Houthi positions were targeted during the first wave of strikes.
In a statement, the Houthis' Supreme Political Council has vowed to retaliate, threatening that all American British interests have become legitimate targets for the Yemeni armed forces.
Well, in Yemen's capital of Sana'a, tens of thousands have joined a military parade and protest in support of Gaza.
Earlier yesterday, the UK's permanent representative to the UN, that's Barbara Woodward, defended strikes as legal under international law.
The attacks by Houthis on vessels in the Red Sea must stop. We have made this clear to the Houthis, and we call on them to de-escalate. The United Kingdom is committed to continue working with the international community and this Council to combat this international threat. We have published a summary of our legal position on last night's strikes and have reported to the Council in writing in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter.
Well, let's talk to Robert Fox, Defence Editor at the Evening Standard. Morning to you, Robert.
Morning.
First and foremost, bring us up to date with what has been happening last night or overnight.
This was a follow-up. It should be just seen as part of what happened yesterday. It was by Tomahawk missiles from an American cruiser, quite low level, quite focused, quite concentrated on radar stations and facilities. The White House has announced that the radar network is vital to the way the Houthis launch their drones and missiles, which is the really big problem, big threat to the warships as well as the merchant ships. And they're tiding that they expect further reaction from the Houthis, which we've heard with those pictures very well portrayed from the capital, Sana'a. The Houthis are fighting a propaganda war now, and it must be said, just from my perspective, an extremely successful one. That I was just watching a rival station, the BBC, but it was full of, oh gosh, this has escalated things, this has really made things very difficult. Of course, they are very difficult in Gaza. And it was amazing to me to read across the world headlines how strong the Houthi narrative is. And yet, a real expert, Dr. Bork at RUSI, the Royal United Services Institute, said, actually, the Houthis are fighting a power struggle at home. So a lot of it is about that.
Can you explain then to us who they are? Where did they come from? Because they're not the official government of Yemen.
Could you go into a darkened room, put a towel over your head and would do this thing? They're in the middle of a civil war. They seized power and they controlled most but not all of Yemen in 2015. As the name says, it comes from the Houthi clan, who come from the northwest of the country. That's the bit of the Red Sea that goes way up towards the Suez Canal and, of course, Saudi Arabia above it. They are a very large clan, ethnicity. They fit very poorly, just to confuse you even further, between the Sunni Shia split in Orthodox Islam, because they're a bit of Shia. But to say that they are the same sympathy and outlook, theologically speaking, and this is theological politics, as Tehran, is not true. And they are a thing. They are a thing on their own. They are warlike, but they've been fighting now for a long, long time, since 2014. But they really came to prominence and started showing their muscle in the 1990s.
But they do seem to have a lot of muscle. This is the problem. And now, I mean, how concerned should we be that they've now said all American British interests are a target?
Stephen, of course we have to take that seriously. And as you say, sorry, that's why I didn't want to go into the footnotes too much. They have got good kit. They have got good stuff, either made by themselves under supervision from Iranian technicians, but there's a new generation of Iranian drones and missiles up to 1,000-mile range, potentially, so you can go right up the Gulf, coming in from Iran. And we're beginning to see them on the battlefield in the Red Sea, in the battle space there, and in Ukraine. And that's why we should be worried. And I think that's why the Americans and the British decided to strike yesterday. They'd been thinking about contingencies. It was getting very worrying at 28 incidents, big ships, and then this week we saw the attacks on the British and the American warship. Of course serious, of course warlike, but how long they are going to sustain this oceanic, this maritime war in a vital area against international shipping. Sorry, I was just going to add that the British Maritime Authority today has reported a missile was fired in the direction of another oil carrier just southeast of Aden, which is not fully in Houthi hands. Very complicated that the other party, backed by Saudi Arabia, has been very, very strong there. Just to confuse you further, the ship they were aiming at was Panama flagged, carrying Russian oil.
Oh, my goodness.
So what is going on? It missed by 500 metres, 500, 600 yards. But it just shows you how bizarre, how very odd. But instead of going off into blather about this, this is a vital sea lane area. Because, yes, it's very important for oil exports coming from the Gulf, parallel to the Red Sea, going to China, who must be very worried. But nearly a third of liquid natural gas coming down from the Gulf, largely from Qatar. It is a choke point, and it is vital, and it cannot be wished away.
Very briefly, Robert, is there anything to be read into the fact that last night's strike, or overnight strike, was American and not British?
It was I hate to say it, but the only thing that pops up in my mind, it was a tidying up on the previous operation. It was a missile, a Tomahawk, which the British don't have deployed at the moment, not as far as we know. We might have submarines in the area. And it wasn't a very big one, and we say we've just got to do it. And aircraft were not involved. Once aircraft get involved, I think the British get involved indeed. And by the way, there must be a lot of consideration going on in the Ministry of Defence now. What happens if this really does go on, not for days, but for weeks and months? So how are we going to reinforce? How are we going to... We've got a lot of forces, proportionally, in the area between the Red Sea and the Gulf, and Cyprus, of course.
OK, Robert, for now, thanks very much indeed. See you later on.
Well, also joining us now is US political analyst Eric Ham. Very good morning to you, Eric. So the US was involved again last night. What's the buzz back at home? What are people thinking of all this?
Well, right now, there's really not much that we're hearing, at least on the ground, from the American electorate in terms of what's happening. In fact, where we are seeing perhaps the loudest voices regarding this latest attack on Houthi rebels in Yemen is actually from President Biden's own party. Some far-left Democrats are unhappy with the recent attacks executed by the United States on the Houthi rebels. And in fact, now what we are seeing is that there are some Democrats who actually believe that President Biden was out of step with this move, and that this was a bridge too far. And I think what we're seeing now is the tension coming from the president's own party over these latest.
Okay, apologies.
We seem to have lost sound
Bad connection with Eric there. Interesting, though, isn't it, that Eric's saying, you know, that in some respects it's not really resonated with the American people in perhaps quite the same way. I wonder if that's partly because
it's so far away.
Well, it's so far away, but also is America as reliant on those shipping lanes as we are? Which may be an issue. I mean, I just don't know. They do produce more of their own goods, of course.
Yes, they do.
So that's...
There's no doubt it's Europe particularly which is reliant. But then the Americans have a huge stake in that area simply by the fact they've got, I think, 2 aircraft carriers and dozens of other ships and armaments there.
What I'd be interested to know, and we'll talk to Robert about it, it's coming back a little bit later on, is with the strikes that we have seen, I think it was 60 targets the first night, another additional 30 last night, and this tidying up, as Robert put it. How much will that have degraded what the Houthis can do? And how quickly will Iran sort it out again?
I don't even know if that's possible. You know, we've heard this time and again, haven't we, of blowing up their and targeting their where they have all their armaments and everything. But not just in this case, but in other wars, and it never seems to quite work as promised.
No.
Although you never know. I mean, obviously, we never know the exact amounts.
No.
But it's a frightening time. I must say, yesterday, did you find it? Everybody's talking about it.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's sort of slightly convincing themselves that this is the beginning of a much bigger war.
Well, yes, and is that the case or not? I mean, let's hope not. Let's hope not. Let's hope it is seen as a sort of separate issue, in a sense, because of the attacks on shipping and the warships.
But we're going to talk about this later. It's already having an effect on world oil prices.
Up 4%.
Yeah. If indeed, as what we're hearing, is that some oil tankers are diverting, the only diversion is round the Cape of Good Hope, all the way around Africa.
Which will cost a fortune.
Which is another 1,700 miles or something.
So, with
17,000 miles.
Yeah, but with that in mind, is this just a blip, a reaction, rather than anything which is going to be long-term? You've got to hope so. But anyway, we'll keep you fully up to date with what is going on in all of that. What causes concern for a lot of people, of course, is that it is linked, in a way, to what is going on in Israel and Gaza.
Well, the Houthis are deliberately linking it, aren't they?
Well, they are.
They're using almost as an excuse the fact that they are targeting ships going through the Suez Canal, and they're saying it's their ships that are delivering to Israel.
Which isn't the case, though. This is the thing. No. It's not the case. But they are tying it up, and the Houthi rebels do support Hamas, and they're backed by Iran, which is also, of course, backing Hezbollah, so that's where it gets complicated. But however, in the midst of all of this, Israel has accused South Africa of presenting a profoundly distorted view of hostilities and described it as barely distinguishable from that of Hamas.
This comes after South Africa brought the case to the International Court of Justice, and what they were doing was accusing Israel of committing genocidal acts in Gaza with intent from the highest levels of state.
Well, let's talk to Yotam Confino, a journalist who's in Tel Aviv. Good to see you once again, Yotam. So how has Israel really responded to this?
Well, first of all, Israel is making the case that South Africa is now basically the long arm of Hamas. It is now presenting Hamas' case in court. And it's saying that these accusations have no merit. First of all, one of their arguments was that Israel is committing genocide because it ordered civilians to evacuate. This was one of South Africa's arguments, that forcibly transfer people or to evacuate them ahead of war, that is genocidal in itself. Now, Israel makes the case. What else should we do? What exactly do you want us to do when we're trying to hit Hamas? Of course, we should have civilians evacuated. So Israel is really pointing out to many of these arguments as being flawed at best and being a witch hunt at worst. We have to remember South Africa welcomed a Hamas delegation about a month or two after they committed this terrorist attack on October the 7th. In Israel's eyes, it's equivalent to basically inviting Osama bin Laden to your country 2 months after 9/11. Very few countries would do that, number one. And number two, a lot of these arguments, again, it's very, very hard to prove intent of genocide. That is extremely difficult. And South Africa's best argument is that some of the far-right ministers in Netanyahu's government have made some atrocious remarks about Gaza, which is true. But they have to prove that there is a translation from those comments into action. In other words, if someone in the far right says Hamas and the Palestinians are all guilty, they should be targeted. Now, they have to prove that this is actually happening on the ground, that this is official government policy, and that is not official government policy. So they have a very weak case, I think most people argue, which is also why the UK, Canada, Germany have come out, and the United States have said that this is completely baseless. It is without merit, really, this case.
There's no doubt, though. I mean, President Netanyahu said from the very beginning that his intent was to destroy Hamas in Gaza. And the pictures that are coming out of Gaza seem to show that one is almost linked with the other. If you intend to destroy Hamas...
Sorry, I seem to have lost your sound.
Oh.
Apologies.
Oh, we are having technical problems, aren't we, today? Yotam, thank you very much indeed. But yeah, it's no doubt that President Netanyahu said he would destroy Hamas in Gaza. And obviously, what the pictures coming out and the growing realisation in some people is that that's sort of almost the same thing as destroying people.
Because Hamas is dispersed within the population.
Yeah.
But whose fault is that?
Yes. Yeah, but...
that's the argument. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Clearing my throat for you.
The argument there is, if Hamas disperses itself within the population, as it does that mean it can therefore act with impunity and is almost protected by international law to do what it wants to do, which was a massacre?
Yes.
So it's why you can't win in this argument. Whatever position you hold on this, you can't win. No one is absolutely right on this.
There's no doubt that... I was going to say ordinary people. Yes, ordinary people in Gaza are suffering in their thousands now.
Oh, yeah.
And are dying as a result of the conflict. Now, who's to blame is... Well, it depends what side you're looking from, does it? But does that then become a genocide? I mean, it's an extraordinary thing to accuse a Jewish population of genocide. But what is happening there is extraordinary, isn't it? And very, very difficult.
Could you almost accuse Hamas of genocide because of what they did, knowing what the response would be and how they're embedded? Possibly. I mean, it's incredibly difficult. I mean, I don't have any answers.
No. The trouble is you just feel that nobody does.
No, I don't think anybody does.
We're flailing, aren't we? We're flailing around.
Right, it is 18 minutes past 6. Let's just remind you of the top story this morning. And the US has launched new attacks on Houthi rebels in Yemen as they vow the US and UK strikes will not go without punishment or retaliation.
So let's have a look now at some of the other stories coming into the newsroom this morning. Parts of the UK, well, we're set for snow and sub-zero temperatures. The Met Office has now issued yellow alerts for snow and ice for much of the north of Scotland, coming into effect from Sunday and will last until Monday night. And conditions are likely to cause travel disruption, I'm afraid, with some roads and railways affected.
The Ukrainian president has hailed the UK's £2.5 billion military aid package. The Prime Minister made the announcement during a surprise trip to Kyiv yesterday with a package including long-range missiles, air defence and artillery shells. The PM promised to continue to stand with Ukraine in its fight against Russia.
And And Princess Anne has wrapped up the first royal visit of the year, a busy 3 days of engagements in Sri Lanka to mark 75 years of diplomacy with Britain. She laid flowers at a cemetery, marking those who died during the First and Second World Wars. And she also visited a Hindu temple in the capital and received a blessing from the chief priest. Good for Princess Anne.
Well, yeah, she's got such
she's just brilliant,
grace
isn't she?
and dignity, actually.
She's done several little interviews, particularly about the last year, or the death of the Queen, and the last year of her brother becoming king. And she said she feels she's the eyes and ears for the monarchy.
Oh, that's interesting. She's almost like the sort of power behind the throne in a way. I think it's almost like her and Charles doing it in tandem.
Yes.
Which I think is a good thing.
And there's
remarkable woman.
Yeah, Robert Hardman, the famous biographer, royal biographer, has written a new book, and it's particularly touches on the day the Queen died. He's interviewed all sorts of people who were very close, including Princess Anne, and clearly Princess Anne was very much at the Queen's side during those last hours, and on the phone to her brother all the time. And in the end, the news was broken to King Charles while he was driving the Land Rover from his house in, wherever it is, Dumfries House, to the Balmoral estate. He was driving because he knew that the Queen's death was imminent. But apparently one of the private secretaries knew that the minute the Queen died, there was a king, and he knew that he had to get the message to the king immediately. So, and the king had his phone turned off because he had been foraging for mushrooms. I mean, you couldn't make it up. He'd been foraging for mushrooms. So he'd had his phone turned off. So they knew the other people probably in the car would be a couple of private secretaries. And in the end, they managed to get through to the private secretary. And the private secretary had to sort of lean forward to King Charles and say, "You need to stop the car and pull over. I've got something I need to tell you, Your Majesty." And that was it. That's how he got to know. Isn't that extraordinary? Amazing book. Really sounds fascinating.
For all that, I need a pint. The campaign for Real Ale have announced the pub of the year. Now, entrants from all over the country were closely looked at, examined, and no doubt victuals were taken.
Tasted, I think.
Before the judges chose the best.
Yeah, but is the British pub at risk of dying out? Well, cost of living and energy prices have certainly made it very difficult for publicans. Our West Midlands reporter, Jack Carson, has this for you.
The beating heart of a community, bringing people together over a drink. Now, for the second year running, the Tamworth Tap has been voted Pub of the Year by the Campaign for Real Ales. For the brew pub that only opened in 2017, owner George Greenaway says he was lost for words at their latest achievement.
Words can't describe really how we're all feeling, the whole team. All of that hard work over the past 12 months has certainly paid off. We certainly didn't expect 2 years on the trot. It's only ever been done once before in the whole history of CAMRA National Pub of the Year, so we're delighted and honoured.
Entrants from across the country were judged on everything from atmosphere and decor to community focus and, of course, good tasting beer. Cheers to that.
But for the punters, what makes this pub the place to be?
The bar staff are brilliant. They are really good at what they do. They know the beers, and they're friendly, and they're helpful.
We think it was absolutely fantastic first impressions we came in. We didn't realise it was award-winning day, and we were amazed at how many people would be in here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we've actually walked 15 miles to get here, which is, and the bonus at the end was great beer.
It's just the best place ever. There's always something different to see, always. George and Louise are the best landlords, owners ever. And it's the best pub in Britain, as far as I'm concerned.
So that award definitely deserved today, then?
Oh, my God, yes. And hopefully, third year running next year.
With spiking costs in the last 12 months, business hasn't been easy for pub landlords. And according to CAMRA, 21 pubs a week are closing their doors.
The energy bills, they were the big crippler last year for most hospitality businesses. And the discount on business rates across the hospitality sector as well, that's helped. It was extortionate what we were paying this time 12 months ago. That meant reducing the amount of beer we were brewing. But, you know, we're back on track, and again, we'll be looking to invest.
Despite some hard times, the Tamworth Tap has pulled through and tasted sweet success once again. Jack Carson, GB News, Tamworth.
Oh, very good, Jack. Very good. But it pulled through just as we saw the pints being pulled.
I once went to a camera event in Derby. It did not end well.
Why?
Even though you only had half pints.
What, because it's strong stuff?
Ales. Oh, well, I don't know if it's about being too strong. I just had too much of it. I mean, I was only
back in the days when you did.
I was only about 22.
Oh, I see.
21, 22. It was messy.
Yeah, I'll bet it's enjoyable, though. It's very sad, isn't it? 21 pubs a week closing in the UK. I live in a village where there were 3. Now there are 2. And I live in the converted pub.
You were living in the pub number 3?
And I know that, I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't
Make
live
a
there.
comment then.
No, I know. I feel guilty almost, except that, I mean, it had been converted before I ever got there.
It's your fault.
But no. But it's a shame, and I know it was very controversial in the village when the builder, who obviously bought it and converted it into houses. But there you go.
Well,
that's the way things go.
If you want to keep the pubs, you've got to use them.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. Anyway, look, we're going to get a check on the weather for you because there's all this talk of snow and things coming, but quite where in the country, I don't know. Let's get the details from Aidan.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a cloudy start to the day and the weekend, but through the weekend it turns colder. And by tomorrow, the risk of some substantial snow in some places. That sets the theme for the forthcoming week. But as we begin the weekend, actually relatively quiet out there. Yes, largely cloudy skies, some breaks in that cloud, giving blue skies, especially towards the north and northeast. We do have an area of rain moving through Northern Ireland into North Wales and the Midlands. Ahead of that, temperatures of 4 or 5 Celsius. Behind it, the weather's already starting to turn colder in the far north of Scotland. Showers here, falling as snow over the hills. But into tonight, those showers increasingly falling as snow in the far north down to lower levels. And as a result, those snow showers will start to develop widely and settle across northern Scotland by the end of the night. Elsewhere, relatively quiet night to come, generally cloudy skies, some rain or sleet showers into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales. But we'll all notice the change through tomorrow. Yes, there'll be a lot of cloud cover. Many places will be dry at first, but increasingly there'll be wintry showers coming through, especially for northern and western parts of the UK. Inland, increasingly sunny skies, especially through the Midlands, eastern and southern England, but it's going to feel cold, particularly in the north, in that biting northerly wind.
Like we said, you know, it's going to get cold and snowy, and I don't know whether it's going to get worse where you are at the moment. But then they always talk about snow if there's one flake somewhere in the country.
I just want to get under the duvet and stay there. Do that this morning.
Oh, I bought an electric blanket.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yes.
Did it work? Cheap?
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant. It makes all the difference. I just got fed up putting on bed socks in bed to warm up. I just think, you know, it's not a very glamorous look. I should get a brand new electric blanket, and I did. And at the moment, it's making a huge difference.
I've never had one. Might have to try it.
Oh, I think so.
Anyway, look, we've got lots more still to come for you, and with tensions rising in the Red Sea, we'll look how it's affecting us here in the UK. That's next here on Breakfast.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
to find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
6:30, welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
A reminder of our top stories today. The United States has launched fresh attacks on Houthi rebels in Yemen as they vow that the US and UK strikes will not go without punishment or retaliation.
At The Hague, Israel's hit back at South Africa as it presents its defence at the International Court of Justice over accusations of genocide.
And the last moments of the late Queen have been revealed in a new biography of King Charles, authored by Robert Hardman.
Now, the tensions in the Red Sea certainly feel a long way away, but the impact is being felt here at home. Just yesterday, oil prices went up by 4% after oil tankers were diverted off course in the Red Sea following those attacks by Houthi rebels and then the retaliation by the UK and the US.
And the strikes actually added to market concerns about the conflict broadening in the Middle East and affecting oil supplies from the region.
Let's talk to former advisor to the Bank of England and the Treasury, Dr. Roger Gewall, who joins us now. Good to see you, Roger. How concerned should we be by this?
Quite a bit, I think. Good morning. Prices did rise 4% yesterday. You're quite right. They have to go another 10 days around Africa now to avoid the Red Sea. That makes both, obviously, the costs of travel, fuel, crew, etc., go up, makes insurance go up, makes some voyages very possibly uninsurable. And it's difficult to predict a number for what the overall cost increase could be, for each day that a situation like this continues.
Actually, one of our viewers has already been in touch, Robert, good morning, Robert, who says if the ships are going round the Cape instead of through the Suez Canal, then they're not paying Suez Canal charges. It maybe even saves them money in the end. Would that be true?
It could be. I don't know what the net numbers are, but I should think that 10 days of crew, insurance, fuel, and all the rest will probably outweigh just the Suez charge.
Yeah, well, possibly. We'll have to look into that one. Are we seeing, are the markets and things spiking or the prices spiking, I should say, Roger, almost as a bit of a panic reaction to all of this? I mean, there is at least the hope at this stage that this may be very short-lived and the Houthis having their resources destroyed pretty quickly. So we could get back to normal within a week, couldn't we?
It's possible, but taking a realistic view, Stephen, the Houthis are about 10 times larger than Hamas. Nobody really knows what is going on here. The best geopolitics experts in the world are all pretty much saying, and I've just been with some of them in America, that Putin is behind all of this with China, with Iran. He's pulling the strings. It's his plan. And we don't really know what the game is. A lot of geopolitical experts believe that although we had no choice, people were getting really tired of old Joe Biden standing by letting Americans be shot at. We had to do this attack, but it was apparently, say the geopolitical experts, exactly what Putin and the Iranians wanted us to do. We had no choice, but we played into their hands. Nobody's really sure what the next move is and what their story is, but people do get panicked, as you say. I mean, you mentioned that, first of all, Hamas are dispersing themselves amongst the civilians in Gaza and using them, as has been said over and over again, as human shields. But the thing that really has, I believe, the hundreds of thousands of people out on the streets all over the world is social media and television, which we didn't used to have. I mean, imagine when Britain was bombing Dresden, if we'd had the BBC on every night showing pictures. Worse, imagine Orla Guerin talking about the U.S. dropping the bomb, showing pictures of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What? I didn't mean to laugh. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But I mean, it's just so ludicrous. What kind of panic would that and anger would that be causing? This is war. It's what happens.
And Stephen and I were wondering just a bit earlier, I mean, it's very clear that Europe is very, very reliant on the shipping being able to go through the Red Sea up to the Suez Canal or whatever. Is America, or are they much more self-sufficient?
No, I mean, this is 25% of the world's oil. Well, between 20 and 25%, Anne, and 15% of world shipping. It just affects everything. Nobody's immune.
OK, Roger, good to see you, as always. Thanks very much indeed. Let's change tack for you this morning and refresh ourselves with a bit of sport with Aidan McGee. Good morning.
Good morning to you both. Good to see you.
Should we have a look at Erling Haaland?
Why not? I mean, on the back of the Sun this morning, he's pictured with a mouth guard to try and help.
What is this all about?
So he's been, well, it was announced yesterday by his manager that, I mean, he's been out and since December the 6th with a foot injury. He had a training setback last week, and it's going to keep him out now until February, as I mentioned in the tease earlier on. Now, the problem here is that he has been trying something different. It's not a problem, it's just something different. Something different to it's a guard in his mouth to try and help his breathing. And the breathing is key to injury recovery, he's been told. Right. And it's no different to 20, 30 years ago when sports stars first started going into oxygen chambers and trying to increase their blood flow and get their injuries
I'd rather sit in an oxygen chamber than wear one of them things.
No, I don't know.
Well, I think we can see the picture. Did we see the picture just then?
We did, yeah. It's not a good look, is it? I mean, horrible.
There it is, yeah, the top page there is Erling's new mouth guard for the benefit of our radio listeners. It's a black mouth guard.
Yes,
and he's taking it inside.
There's a hole in his face.
I know, it's taking it inside. It looks like he's in some kind of sauna or maybe a shower or something like that. But look, they can ride out the loss. I mean, they've actually, since he's been out since December the 6th, they've won 7 out of 8 matches, drawn the other one. They've scored 25 goals. If anyone can ride out the storm of losing a key player like that, it's Manchester City. They've got the squad to do that. They're up against Newcastle today at 5:30, 5 points off the top with the game in hand. You're still looking at it, I see.
It just looks the most uncomfortable thing ever.
Well, I sometimes wear like a sticker on my nose to open the airways, but I've never thought of wearing anything in my mouth. No.
Sticker over your mouth, Aid.
You get used to it after a while, I suppose, wouldn't you?
You do.
Can I ask about the Australian Open?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you're excited.
Yeah, it officially begins tomorrow.
That's right, yeah.
And I suppose our two sort of top hopes are Emma Raducanu and Andy Murray. But are they spent horses, do you think?
I don't think Emma Raducanu is. No, absolutely not. I mean, we think back to Pete Sampras. He won the US Open in 1990. He didn't win another Slam for another 3 years.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, and he went on to win 14, of course. There were problems.
Raducanu doesn't necessarily have to give up her hopes.
No, not at all. I mean, look,
she's now been about 2-3 years.
It's 2.5 years since she won the US Open, but Anne, that was an absolute extraordinary achievement. I've not seen anything like that as a breakthrough. That's up there with Boris Becker in 1985 when he won it at 17. In fact, Emma Raducanu was even young. She didn't even drop a set. So, look...
No, but you can't help wondering whether she's a one-trick pony, and that's it.
I don't think you can do that if you're a one-trick pony. I really don't, because you can't win a Slam on luck. You certainly can't do it not losing a set. So I've always banged the drum for her. She's had lots of coaches in the last couple of years. But don't forget, wrist surgery, ankle surgery. She pulled out of 2 matches in the last week or so, in exhibition matches in Melbourne. But look, she needs to get an injury-free season under her belt. She's so young still. The talent is clearly there. There's not a massive amount of talent at the top of the women's game at the moment. I mean, it's decent. No, it's decent, but I mean, it's open. It's open. And so I don't see any reason why she can't come back. I mean, as I say, people don't really understand how big an achievement that was 2.5 years ago.
What about Andy Murray?
Andy Murray, to me, is one of those players at the moment who is clinging on. He's trying to prove something. I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows he's not going to win a slam. I'm pretty sure about that. He'd rather go through a gruelling 5-setter in the early rounds to prove he can do it, but still bow out in the second or third round. Look, he's had great days in the past. You have to credit the guy, really, don't you? For his sheer bloody-minded determination to keep playing.
Why doesn't just go home and count them on?
That's what I think. But if you've spent your life, if you've spent your entire life since you were a little boy playing tennis, aiming for the top all the time, maybe you don't have anything else to do.
I could regale you with tales of sports stars down the years who've said to me, "You're a long time retired."
Yeah.
And once you're gone, you're gone. You can't bring it back. And don't forget, they're all still young people.
Quit while you're on top.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
It's always been my game. It's why I'm still in it. Lovely. Aidan, we'll see you a little bit later on. Thank you. Coming up, we've got headline makers, so don't go anywhere.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Absolutely.
Well, never mind. I talk about headline makers. Claire Muldoon and Kevin Schofield are here. We're all just gobsmacked. Anne's just announced she hasn't taken the Christmas decorations down.
No, I haven't. No, my tree's still up.
Is it real?
Yeah.
Is it a real one?
No.
It is not a real one, this one, no.
Why is it still up, Anne?
I've got a real one in the garden, in the pot, you know.
Has that still got the lights on?
No, because it blew over in the wind.
Ah, right, OK.
I mean, it's a big tree in a very big, heavy pot, and it blew over in the wind.
Are you not a bit fed up going into the house and it's all decked out?
Oh, no, it's lovely.
Why is it still up, Anne? Is this a norm for you in the Diana's
it's a norm
house?
for me, yes.
Do you do this every year?
I keep them up until sort of Valentine's Day or something.
Yeah, joking.
No.
Yeah, because it takes an awful lot of effort, doesn't it, to take
Do you really?
take it
long?
down. It's fun putting Christmas decorations up.
Yeah.
But it's not fun taking
No, it's
them
not.
back
It's like
down.
ripping off a plaster,
Wrapping them
though. You
up
just
and
get to
putting
do
them in
it.
a box and taking it up to the attic.
So we
and all
took
the rest of
ours down on New Year's Eve. And that felt great, actually, because you started
What feels good
you
about
started
it?
the new year all fresh and clean.
Right.
I think we were the 3rd of January, which is kind of average, really. I think, is it not the 6th? Is the
That's the
12th night.
I'm going to go twinkling right through to the end of January, I reckon.
Wow.
Do you know the scary thing for me is after having it up since the 1st of December, go into the sitting room, stop at you, and then coming in, and then it's gone. You think, oh, what was there? You know, you just, it becomes then the norm for you not to have even had it there.
Yeah, and that's true.
Get it down, Anne.
That's true. Look, we were going to go through the front pages, but I'll tell you what, we're not going to bother because we're a little bit tight for time. We'll just chat on, I think. Kevin, let's have a look at the front of the mirror, should we, looking at these airstrikes.
Yeah, so new year, new war, and
don't say that.
Well,
it is.
It is, unfortunately. We are well rehearsed yesterday. The airstrikes on Yemen and the Houthis in retaliation for the attacks on vessels in the Red Sea. But obviously there is now suggestions, or certainly the Houthis have said, you know, there will be retaliation, and the Mirror are reporting military experts saying that the terror threat against the UK, as well as obviously the US, will increase as a result. But I mean, I don't think that's a reason not, and that's a reason not to act, isn't it? And
no, but it is. I think a lot of people are a bit worried about.
No, it's a consideration.
The acts of terrorism, even on British soil. God forbid, but we could as a result of this.
Yeah, but I mean, these airstrikes haven't come out of nowhere. You know, they are in response to what the Houthis have done to commercial vessels in the Red Sea, and military as well. Yeah, so it's pretty indiscriminate. Now, they have tried to say that this is linked to the war in Gaza between Hamas and Israel, but I think that's kind of been used as a bit of a pretext, really. It is, as I say, indiscriminate, these attacks on vessels in the Red Sea, and the knock-on implications for the global economy, because obviously it's a major shipping route, are huge. So I think something had to be done. But it's not just a case of, well, that's it dealt with. Clearly, this is unfortunately going to go on for quite some time, I think.
Yeah. Claire, can we have a look? I know Anne quite likes this story about the Queen's final hours. I don't know that I do.
Because, it's lovely.
Because I sort of think, what, is nothing private?
Well, it's not a case of it's nothing private. This is still, I didn't realise this actually, but the Queen's dying moment is actually a public record.
Is it really?
It really is. So this memo had to be taken. So historically, for us to have it in our lifetime is quite a big deal. People might not think it is, but it actually is. So it was recorded by her private aide, her last living hours before she died, and she was apparently in no pain and it was very calm, and she actually had her red box in her room as well.
And she'd done the work.
That is a level of that woman's, you know, professionalism, her courage, her tenacity, her wisdom.
Tell us what was in the red box as well. Did you read that far?
There was 2 letters, one to her private aide who made the memo for historical matters. It's now in a vault, and a letter to her son. In terms of accession and succession, obviously passing on the premiership, the royal family name, the crown, basically to her son, which we don't know the contents of.
But before, the point is, I think, before she died, she tied up all the loose ends.
Well, of course she did. That was the measure of the woman, wasn't it, just? It really, really was.
Well, if it is a matter of public record, then fair enough. I'm glad we don't know the details of that letter to Charles.
Yes, me too.
That needs to be...
Will that come out under the 30-year rule or something like that? Will that ever come out? Or is
don't know. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't think. I think that's pretty personal. I think there has to be a level of, you know, passing on the crown, but also passing something on to your son, which I would think I'd love it to be private.
And there's a fascinating detail as well when now King Charles had to ring William.
Yes.
You tell it.
So he had to go through the royal protocol of picking up the phone, and he couldn't say, it's the king, it's me, the king, or your king. He just said, it's me. So he couldn't use his royal assent.
Otherwise, that would have been telling everybody working the switchboard and everything
the Queen had already passed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Kevin, let's have a look at the... I mean, the post office scandal is the story that just never ends. Now the Mirror reporting that there were 240 calls a day about the Horizon system.
Yeah, so they've spoken to a couple of people who are working these phone lines and dealing with these calls, which were clearly numerous because there was so many problems with the system. And one of the people that are not named said that they were receiving around 240 calls a day. I really felt for them. Some of them would cry on the phone. I mean, not surprisingly, really. But I mean, the whole thing was almost farcical. It says on one occasion the system showed £1 million was missing from one post office, which was far more than this post office ever handled.
And do you know what, Kevin? They never found the money.
Well,
they never found the missing money.
And
you would think to take someone to court, the post office took them to court, not the CPS, but you would have thought the burden of proof would have been at least the starting point where that money went.
If you've stolen the money,
there was no trail.
What have you done with it?
Well, that's what I was
But
thinking.
the money wasn't there.
Even
It
with
hadn't been
lesser
stolen.
sums that some people were accused of stealing, £36,000, or in one case, I think, £68,000.
Yeah.
How does a local little post office ever generate that much money to be stolen anyway?
Oh, quite. And
None of it made any sense.
no, it didn't make any sense. And it's one of those stories, I think, they cut through now, I mean, because of the drama, I guess, as much as anything, is astonishing. Every time you're in a group of people, inevitably, at the moment, I mean, last night, I noticed this myself, the conversation comes round to the post office and the sub-postmasters and sub-postmaster mistresses, the victims of this, because people just cannot believe the extent of it and how...
and I just think also, because these are people that we actually deal with, right, on a weekly basis, most of us are in the post office.
Yeah.
And you just think these are people whose lives were destroyed.
Absolutely.
And they're
absolutely.
salt
I'm
of the
so
earth.
cross about this.
They're the key part of their communities. And also, if there were these great criminal masterminds, why were they the ones phoning these helplines and saying, hang on a minute, there's something wrong here.
Yeah.
This money's gone missing. If they were stealing it, that's the last thing you would do, surely.
Yeah.
The other culprit in this is Fujitsu, in my view, who actually were the IT gurus who put the whole Horizon package together. They clearly didn't test the product legitimately enough or profoundly enough to make it good to go out to market. And I think that was paid by the public purse, don't forget.
Yeah.
The Royal Mail, it was a public entity. Adam Crozier has been very, very quiet as well on this.
Yeah.
There's lots of things I think really have to be addressed, no pun intended. But I'll tell you, I'm so cross with this. It's an absolute sad indictment in 21st century Britain that this has happened.
It's
that's happened. It was 25 years.
And people have died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
People
knowing
at the top have lied.
Yes.
Again and again and again.
It must have become apparent relatively early in the process that there was a problem with this, and the decision was taken, rather than address it, was to try and cover it up.
But even those memos to Tony Blair...
All the way back to then.
1998, before it even launched, were saying there appears to be some flaws in the system.
Yeah, and yet they still pushed on it ahead
But
of
they pushed on, and then, of course, when it was all challenged, the Post Office is saying, no, there's no flaws.
They dumbed down.
Yeah.
And the other thing I think we need to make clear as well to the public is that the security services for the Royal Mail, i.e. like their law enforcers for their own things, they were actually incentivised by money, to go out and catch
and prosecute people. Yeah,
and prosecute them. They behaved like bailiffs.
And I'm now saying one of the guys giving evidence at the inquiry the other day, they basically said he didn't have the technical expertise to be able to sort of assess whether or not it was the computer system's fault.
But looking and listening there, and we don't know the gentleman, and it's hard to assess. But he came across, let's just put it that way, he came across more as a bailiff. I sort of looked at him and said, well, I wouldn't expect you to have technical expertise because you seem like a bailiff.
Well, he didn't come across as a very sympathetic character, really.
The other odd thing is, and I don't understand the vagaries of the law in this, is that if you bring a prosecution against somebody, you have to go through the Crown Prosecution Service, but not the Post Office.
Not the
Post Office. They could bring these private prosecutions,
because, they were private prosecutions and yet they were criminal prosecutions.
Yeah, absolutely.
But why didn't Keir Starmer, who was head of the CPS at that point, right? Why did he not say in a statement, the CPS didn't bring these cases to court? It was the Royal Mail that brought these cases to court.
Yeah.
He didn't say that.
No, but he could also, he had the powers to take over those cases.
Did he?
He could have taken over those. Apparently, yes.
Yeah.
If you're the head of the CPS, you can take over those cases. He says he wasn't aware of all the cases.
Yes, that was the only release that I saw.
But surely, with all that was going on, he should have been aware.
Well, if there was memos going back to Blair, you know, there's a Labour connection there.
Yeah.
Surely the communication would have been such, like,
And that's the thing.
keep your eye
all
open.
all the parties are.
Can I ask you about Ed Davey?
Yes.
Well, both of you on this one, because he gave an interview that aired yesterday, in which he was asked, I don't know how many times, would not
10
apologise.
times.
10 times it was.
Would not apologise. Now, I cannot understand his mental attitude, frankly, as someone who is touting himself as a potential Prime Minister, who is mishandling this so badly.
He was Minister for the Post Office.
Post Office,
That
yeah,
was his
for I think
portfolio.
2 years, 2010 to 2012.
Who
I
was
think
his
it was.
predecessor? Liz someone, who was also a politician and MP.
I'm not sure. I just wonder, having watched it, as extraordinary, and politically it does seem very weird. You think, as a politician, you must realise when you're saying this, people are going to be throwing things at the telly.
Yeah.
But I just wonder whether he spoke to a lawyer and a lawyer has said something along the lines
Never say
of,
sorry.
do not admit any sort of responsibility, do not apologise, because you could then become liable. I don't know, that's me just speculating.
And you can't say no
it was
comment
very
either,
odd.
because that is a comment.
It was jarring. He was given so many opportunities to say, I am sorry, but he wouldn't.
You could say
He said
you can say sorry without admitting responsibility.
Yeah, but he had his formal words, you know, I deeply regret. I deeply regret. He kept saying that again and again and again, and it was baffling.
It was a non-apology apology, wasn't it? I deeply
Totally.
regret that this has happened.
Well, it was almost like he was trying to make himself out to be a victim because, you know, the Post Office lied to me, which is true, but as a minister,
You are
surely you should
responsible.
challenge that and say, well, hang on a minute, there's all these prosecutions. Surely there's something wrong.
Well, look, on that note, we need to leave it. Kevin, Claire, see you a little bit later on. Let's have a look at the weather.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a cloudy start to the day and the weekend, but through the weekend it turns colder. And by tomorrow, the risk of some substantial snow in some places. That sets the theme for the forthcoming week. But as we begin the weekend, actually relatively quiet out there. Yes, largely cloudy skies, some breaks in that cloud, giving blue skies, especially towards the north and northeast. We do have an area of rain moving through Northern Ireland into North Wales and the Midlands. Ahead of that, temperatures of 4 or 5 Celsius. Behind it, the weather's already starting to turn colder in the far north of Scotland. Showers here, falling as snow over the hills. But into tonight, those showers increasingly falling as snow in the far north down to lower levels. And as a result, those snow showers will start to develop widely and settle across northern Scotland by the end of the night. Elsewhere, relatively quiet night to come, generally cloudy skies, some rain or sleet showers into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales. But we'll all notice the change through tomorrow. Yes, there'll be a lot of cloud cover. Many places will be dry at first, but increasingly there'll be wintry showers coming through, especially for northern and western parts of the UK. Inland, increasingly sunny skies, especially through the Midlands, eastern and southern England, but it's going to feel cold, particularly in the north, in that biting northerly wind.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests, and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 13th of January. Today, the United States has launched new attacks on Houthi rebels in Yemen as they vow the US and UK strikes will not go without punishment or retaliation. We'll bring you the latest.
At The Hague, Israel has hit back at South Africa as it presents its defence at the International Court of Justice. They have been accused by the South Africans of genocide.
Well, it's a scandal that rocked the country, how one TV show brought the post office scandal to light as victims now seek justice. We're going to be looking at exactly what has been going on in this last week.
And for the sport, here's Aidan McGee.
Yes, indeed. There was VAR controversy at Burnley last night as they conceded a late equaliser in their relegation battle against Luton. And in the snooker, there's been criticism for Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Masters.
Aidan, thank you. Just after 7:30, we're going to talk about the biggest stories making headlines today with Kevin Schofield and Claire Muldoon.
And you'll want to know about the weather. Nasty rumours of snow everywhere. Here's Aidan McGivern.
It's turning colder this weekend and some places will have disruptive snow by the end of tomorrow. Find out all the details in the forecast coming up.
Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News. Can I just say, I have supporters in our wonderful audience.
Ah, yes, I saw this.
We were talking about when to take down your Christmas decorations, and I've still got my tree up and all the decks.
So you're basically a Victorian.
Well, apparently so, because according to David, morning David, and thank you for getting in touch, in pre-Victorian times, Christmas decorations were kept up till the 1st of February, eve of the Feast of Candlemas.
It's not about candle. So you are something out of a Dickens.
I'm a Candlemassian. Lynn, and Donny in Warwickshire, morning, and thank you again for getting in touch. We always keep up our tree until the 1st of February and enjoy the happiness it brings during a bleak month.
You're all crackers.
That's where I come from too.
You're all crackers. If you've got any sensible views, send them in to gbviews@gbnews.com.
Just get in touch. Thank you very much.
I'm feeling very smug that ours was just all neat and tidy and sorted.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want that. Don't you want a bit of twinkle through January?
But we had twinkle from the end of November. You see, ours was up early.
Yeah, it was,
that's the thing.
Yeah.
We'd had enough.
Well, that's your excuse. Because now you realise it's a trend.
It's a trend. Candlemas. It's all about Candlemas. Look, let's have a look at our main news this morning. And the United States has launched new airstrikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen. Now, these latest strikes follow that joint operation between the UK and US yesterday.
In a statement, a spokesperson for the Houthis has vowed to retaliate, saying these strikes would not go unanswered or unpunished.
Well, it comes as thousands took to the streets of the Yemeni capital Sana'a yesterday, condemning the strikes on their country.
Well, joining us now is Robert Fox, defence editor at the Evening Standard. Lovely to see you again. Why did we take this action? Could we have done anything else?
That's the question that really does need to be asked, because there's been a lot of pushback that this is a provocation, it's an escalation, it is really linked to what's going on in Gaza and the Red Sea, you know, that it's a step too far. That indeed has been criticism that's come from within the Democrat Party, as we've been hearing on GB News, against President Biden. But there are some revelations almost fly on the wall, reporting from Bloomberg's, which was saying that how carefully the Biden team considered this, and it was the attacks this week. They saw them escalating. This is the point.
This is Houthi attacks
on warships. So they were saying, what happens if they sink a warship? What happens if they sink a tanker or a big freighter? And they had set up, I think, the target sets actually before Christmas, because they knew that they might well have to do this. And by the way, the back channel, of course, notes were sent to Tehran. Stop it. You've got a grip on the Houthis. You're the armors. You're their armorers and suppliers. Can you stop it? Nothing came back. And then you got that big attack, and it was a very big attack, unprecedented in this campaign on Tuesday, where HMS Diamond, the UK destroyer, which is actually, Diamond Giza, it is quite an important component because it has a particular weapons and radar set which works extremely well with the American system, and it very, very valuable indeed. And then they said, enough is enough. It's interesting that Mr. Sunak did not call off his visit to Kiev. He was being apprised all the way. He said, yes, he'd agreed with Biden. We've got to go ahead. We've got to do this. Oliver Dowden, the Deputy Prime Minister, moved into Admiralty House to take command there, and away it went. Had they not done this, the Houthis would have gone on, and they've got a lot of stuff, as we've been hearing, as we've been seeing, and there was a risk of a further big attack this week. There's been another small attack. Oops, the target was a Panama-flagged tanker carrying Russian oil. Would you believe it?
Yeah. Which is extraordinary.
Yeah.
But,
It's almost as though the Houthis are trying to drag everybody into a conflict. They want a conflict.
Yes, they've got a conflict on their own doorstep, and they're in the middle of a very nasty civil war. And the other thing is that it's a pretty unlovely regime, what they're running. Very repressive, a lot of disappeared, very misogynist against women. I mean, this is where, again, the liberal narrative, I'm sorry, that one wants to open up to journalism, but come on,
why is there so much pushback on this?
I don't know, because I don't think that the big picture, the big context is fully understood. Actually, having said that, today there's been some very, very good journalism, particularly from The Economist on its website, that I would recommend, about the fragility and the importance of global maritime trade. How, 98% really of real trade comes by sea. This area we're talking about is very concentrated. 50% soon will come across the wider Indian Ocean area, which is this. An enormous percentage of oil and gas, particularly gas, liquid natural gas, comes through the Gulf. This is not, an optional extra. It's a thing that we've got to do. It is vital to the trade and the well-being, the energy requirements and food requirements of the UK.
Can I just? We were just showing, as you were talking there, Robert, some pictures of Sana'a, and the tens upon hundreds of thousands of probably people protesting there about the attacks on their country. Now, it's
guarded and led by a military parade.
Well, I was going to say it's powerful imagery, but would these people have had any choice but to get out onto the streets?
Well, it was a military-directed parade. I mean, that's the interesting thing about it. But the idea that really Biden took the wrong option, deliberately escalatory, and he should have known and could have done something else. Well, you do need a bit of alternative thinking there. What would happen? And this is what they've been considering this for days, weeks. By that I mean particularly the Brits and the Americans, but it's not only them, because people like the Dutch, who have got vital maritime interests, and the Danes, the Norwegians, they've come on board, and we're going to see a sort of phase two, and I think there'll be a lot more European escorts finally tying up. because you have to have one central command. The reason why they pulled back before is that they didn't particularly like being under American command and control. I'm sorry, just technically, militarily, the Americans are the only ones with the capacity to do that.
Oh, OK, Robert, we've got to leave it there for now.
Yeah, don't go away yet, though, because we may well come back to you. Because also joining us now is former NATO commander and former Ministry of Defence Director General, Rear Admiral Chris Parry. Good morning, Chris. Your thoughts on what happened 24 hours ago, what's happened overnight, and how long it could all go on for?
Well, I think Robert Fox summed it up admirably. What's happening in the 21st century is the new great game is actually at sea. Dare I say it, I wrote a book in 2014 saying this would happen. And the fact is that the sea is the physical equivalent of the World Wide Web. Everything that goes virtually on the internet really goes by sea, by and large. And if you want to be interested in globalization and the way it works, then you have to be secure at sea. And what we've seen here in the southern Red Sea is ships really being intercepted and threatened while going about the so-called lawful occasions. And the Houthi rebels, as you've heard from Robert, a pretty nasty bunch. You know, these are people who rebelled against the government of Yemen. They bombed schools, hospitals, done all the things that we despise as war crimes, and currently are holding down a population whose demographics are quite shockingly low. For example, the median age in Yemen is 17.8, whereas the median age in Europe is 42. So there's a huge demographic pressure there, which is why you've got so much poverty. Now, the Houthis have been under pressure, so any regime under pressure tends to project outwards. And I think with the encouragement of the Iranians, they have obviously pushed out to sea. They've done it before. They've attacked a US warship and a UAE vessel before. In fact, they damaged it so severely, the latter one, that it had to be disposed of. So this is not new. But I would add to what Robert said, is stand by. This is going to happen all over the world in future. We're going to see a lot of activity in the South China Sea, with China trying to assert what it considers its rights. I suspect Iran will push on the Bab el-Mandab. So any choke point where trade goes through like this, I think you're going to see local countries taking advantage and trying to put pressure on this international system.
So, which means more has to be done. We can't rely on the United States to do everything. I mean, the problem is, you know, when it comes to the Royal Navy, we're not in a very good position, are we, for this sort of thing?
Stephen, I think technically we are. Robert pointed out HMS Diamond, Type 45 destroyers, probably one of the best in the world at this sort of thing, alongside the American Arleigh Burke destroyers that you're seeing in action at the moment. And the problem is the United States can't be everywhere at once. About sort of 10 years ago, the American chairman of Joint Chiefs came up with a really good idea. He said, look, we ought to combine all the navies of the free world in patrolling, obviously, the oceans of the world, so we can actually keep it free, keep it from these threats. And I think that's the way we're trending now. We're going to have to get together as the free world and say, look, we want the sea to be an open, free and secure space for trade and everything else that we want to do. And we have to get rid of the, if I can continue the analogy of the internet, the malware that are pirates, Houthis, all these other people that seek to interrupt it. Peace at sea doesn't keep itself. And unless we invest in it, we will find as a maritime nation, one that relies on our trade, that our prosperity and also the price of fuel and everything else will go up quite dramatically.
Investing in it, I mean, surely we need more ships, don't we, and more sailors?
Well, Stephen, I've been saying that for years. As I said, I wrote a book in 2014 called Superhighway. You can look at it. It foreshadows many of the things that we're looking at today now, and it totally advocated that we need to return in this country to a maritime-based strategy that can actually take advantage of the opportunities that globalization brings, whilst at the same time mitigating the risks. We've got to remember that, excuse me, we are probably the country that's furthest from any threat, land-based threat in Europe, and we need to take advantage of the considerable heritage and expertise that we've got in this country across the whole spectrum of maritime activity, not just the Navy, but fishing, oil and gas, all the other things we're really good at.
You've been saying it. Robert Fox has been writing about it. Would you agree that what we need is...
Well, Chris and I are known. Chris was an advocate of the carriers, and I was quite sceptical of the aircraft carriers. But in this new era, I have to say, Chris, you're absolutely dead right on this. And if I could go further, being just a political hack journalist, is I think the government has been very, very weak on this. When the Conservatives came in with the coalition, they took 4,000, wasn't it, Chris, out of the bill of the complement, the numbers in the Navy, 4,000 Marines and sailors. That now looks like a desperately bad move. Invest in the Navy. Our naval technology is admired. Promoting war, whatever. What we're looking at here with the Bab el-Mandeb, with the Straits of Hormuz, with the Suez Canal, we're looking at the choke points. Britain has vital interest in at least 3 or 4. And one of the most vital and the busiest is a funny old thing called the English Channel. And that is why it's not that Hearts of Oak, and we're back to the Nelson Touch, and the Nelson Touch by the Nelson it is a great thing and has a great message for today. It is a vital interest. That's the bit that's dropped out of the journalistic agenda. This is not Chris's area, this is my area, and I find it very, very difficult to understand why. I mean, how much it's 98% of all trade goes by sea. More than 50% will go over the wider Indian Ocean area, which I include Bab el-Mandeb, the Arabian Sea and the Gulf. We can't stay by and say it's somebody else's business. It is so clearly our business, in which we have quite a big dog in the fight, to mix a metaphor, because we're good at it. And if you promoted this, that people want to come and learn from the Navy, as indeed they do from the Army and the Air Force, but particularly the Navy. And actually, we've got some quite good ships and some good ships coming on, but they keep on delaying investment in them.
OK.
Robert, if I could come in there, the Integrated Defence Review, to be fair, of 2019, the one introduced by Boris Johnson, actually said we need to have a maritime-based strategy.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, what distracted everybody, of course, was the war in Ukraine, which then said, look, we've got to go back to a land-based, more tanks, all this, that, and the other. Ukraine is the last war of the 20th century. We're not going to see a war like that again, I don't believe. And the big fight with China, Russia, and Iran is going to be at sea, because the risks are less of nuclear confrontation. And of course, if you strangle the routes between commodities, manufacturers, and markets, history has shown that you can dominate the whole trade of the world.
OK. Rear Admiral Chris Parry. Robert Fox, good to see you both this morning. Thanks very much indeed. A lot of food for thought there.
So much. And it's interesting as well, isn't it? We're learning. How did we get so ignorant? Just ordinary people. You know, a lot of people have been saying didn't even know where Yemen was and have now discovered it. You've been mentioning, Robert Fox has been mentioning other parts of the world. And maybe we've allowed ourselves such complacency and ignorance about what Chris Parry there called the World Wide Web of the sea.
It's true. Look, staying with the tensions in the Middle East, the International Court of Justice in The Hague has begun its hearing into Israel after South Africa accused Israel of committing genocidal acts in Gaza.
Well, Israel then put up their defence, and they've accused South Africa of presenting what they called a profoundly distorted view of hostilities in Gaza, arguing that if anyone was found guilty of genocide, it was Hamas.
Well, let's talk to Israeli journalist Amir Oren. Good morning to you. Good to see you. What's your sense in all of this? Because it's, I mean, look, for most of us, it seems extraordinary, actually, that South Africa has brought this case at this time.
Let me just sneak in a word regarding the Houthi strike. The British Eurofighter Typhoons flying out of Akrotiri, Cyprus, had to overfly Israeli airspace in order to get to the Red Sea. And there is no word regarding it, either out of London or out of Tel Aviv. People are apparently ashamed of associating Israel with this strike. But looking at the geography, it's obvious that Israel and then Jordan and Saudi Arabia had to be overflown. So just some additional food for thought regarding your earlier conversations on maritime strategy. Now, as for the ICJ, of course, the South African case is frivolous because the key word in the Genocide Convention is intent. And not only did Israel not have any intention to commit genocide, it was very meticulous and still is in vetting targets ahead of air, artillery, or naval bombardment. And if you go down to any of the army divisions there, you'll be surprised to find military lawyers sitting right by the operations and intelligence officers and vetoing targets which they deem to involve too much collateral damage, hitting civilians with no military necessity or proportionality. So obviously this is just a propaganda exercise, public relations, and the real danger for Israel is that the court might issue a temporary injunction within a week or so, calling on Israel to cease its operations before a mission is accomplished.
Would that have any effect, though, on what Israel decide to do?
Israel, of course, has the support of the United States, and if it goes from the court to the Security Council, which is the higher echelon, should a state party refuse to carry out the court orders, then there would be an American veto because any ceasefire agreement or edict must be followed by some political agreement. So Hamas would have to release the hostages and perhaps exile its leaders. It's not just a simple order, ceasefire now, stay in place or withdraw. There will be room to expand on it.
I mean, we've got to leave it there, sadly, but appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, it's 7:21. Now, the post office scandal has dominated headlines, hasn't it? At least for a week, but actually also for many years. From former CEO Paula Venell saying that she will hand back her CBE, to the post office investigator being confronted in a public inquiry, the victims might just have stepped a bit closer towards real justice.
Well, perhaps.
What would that be, real justice?
Well,
I mean, not just having your name cleared. No. Having your name cleared is very, very important to all of them, of course, but what sort of compensation could help them get over what has been years of torture?
Well, let's talk to former postmaster and one of the victims of all of this, Christopher Head. Good to see you, Christopher. Look, run us through what happened to you in this.
Yeah, I mean, I ran the branch from 2006, which at the time I was the youngest postmaster in the country at 18. And we had shortfalls over the time, £50 here, a few £100 there. And it was later in 2014 that I had a huge problem with Horizon over many months of the system wouldn't start up on a morning. We were getting messages that the data was corrupt, it wasn't being sent to the data center. Engineers were coming out replacing different parts of the kit. They eventually called in BT to replace the phone lines outside. They thought that was the issue. And within that period, I had a shortfall of over £40,000. And within a matter of weeks, it doubled to over £80,000, which led to being suspended.
But, I mean, what happens in those situations? If it's saying on your screen, you know, 40,000, you know, that you've got these shortfalls, what happens then? What did you do at that point? Did you start ringing numbers and saying there's something wrong with the system?
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is over the years, when you have the smaller shortfalls and you're ringing the help desk and you're telling them, you know, I've got this, I've recounted everything, I just cannot find it, I've gone through all of the till rules and everything. You know, they just tell you, well, it's part of your contract, you know, it's your responsibility, it's your office, so therefore you have to put it good. There's only so many times that you can keep ringing over a number of 8 years, you know, to keep saying I have this £100 shortfall. And eventually, I think, you know, most people just kept putting the money in and putting the money in. I mean, I know between 2006 and 2015, without this largest shortfall that I repaid over £20,000 of shortfalls.
How did you find the money to pay back this sum that they say you owed them?
Well, in terms of that, what they did, they started a criminal investigation for over 6 months. And then after 6 months, they wrote to me and said that we're dropping, but they wouldn't give a reason why. And then a matter of a few weeks later, they wrote to me again and said, if you don't repay the sum, we're going to take you to the civil courts. And the civil courts thing lasted a few months, and they only put that on hold because the group, the Justice for Postmasters Alliance 555, had been granted the group litigation order in the High Court, and there was an agreement between all of the solicitors that they would put up my case on hold. But then it sat on my head for another 5 years until the High Court case concluded in 2020, when there was an agreement that they would stop pursuing any other cases, and they dropped that part. But I mean,
I want to know, Christopher, where that leaves you now, then, because in that case, that group case, you got, I think I'm right in saying, £20,000 in compensation. Well, that's peanuts, actually, compared to money you've put in yourself and that years of stress and frustration and suspicion. So are you in a position now that you can receive further compensation with what is going on now, or do you have to stick with your 20 grand?
No, so yes, we've all got a small portion of that. And what happens now is that the people in the 555, the government created what's called the GLO scheme for them particular group of people. And you can put a claim forward, with your lawyers, with forensic accountants into that scheme. But at the moment, what we're finding is that the scheme is just not working properly, We unfortunately, we produced all of the expert reports that the government themselves helped us pay for. They covered the cost of all of that. We submitted the claim in back in June last year, and I had an offer made on the 28th of December, which was less than 14% of the actual claim we put forward. So we're into a new battle.
Yes, it's not over, is it? The fight isn't over.
Nowhere near.
Can I just ask you, how does it feel? I mean, so this has been going on for you since 2006 or thereabouts, when you were a very young man, and this has sort of blighted your 20s and 30s, really. How did it feel that at last something's being done, but perhaps more importantly, the public now understand what has been going on, and you have their support?
Yeah, I think over the years, we've needed the support of obviously members of Parliament and the public. But I think because the cases was such a complex thing, you can put it in the newspaper over and over again, but I don't think the public really resonated or the complexities around it. Whereas now, after the drama, and people have actually been able to see, with the actors, of how much suffering and the trauma that's been inflicted on these people and their families, and we can tell the difference in the outrage. I mean, we saw the political response. I mean, it was. They were running scared, they were backed into a corner, and it's why you saw the immediate action on Monday. And I'm finding now that with the responses we're getting on social media and through the petition campaign that I'd ran for years, that the feedback from the public is bigger than ever. So, and that's now that I think maybe be the turning point in terms of it's not just us against the post office in government now, it's maybe the general public and us together, which is a major help.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the country is behind you.
The country is behind you,
Really
you can feel it.
Chris, really good to see you. Appreciate you talking to us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gosh, I can't...
Every story you hear...
you learn about the post office scandal, the more angry you get.
Just absolutely infuriating.
Yeah.
Let's hope this is drawing to a close now.
It sounds as though there's still a lot of work to do,
I think there is,
there?
yeah.
There's a lot of justice still to be done.
OK, let's see what the weather's going to do for you. Here's Aidan.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a cloudy start to the day and the weekend, but through the weekend it turns colder. And by tomorrow, the risk of some substantial snow in some places. That sets the theme for the forthcoming week. But as we begin the weekend, actually relatively quiet out there. Yes, largely cloudy skies, some breaks in that cloud, giving blue skies, especially towards the north and northeast. We do have an area of rain moving through Northern Ireland into North Wales and the Midlands. Ahead of that, temperatures of 4 or 5 Celsius. Behind it, the weather's already starting to turn colder in the far north of Scotland. Showers here, falling as snow over the hills. But into tonight, those showers increasingly falling as snow in the far north down to lower levels, and as a result, those snow showers will start to develop widely and settle across northern Scotland by the end of the night. Elsewhere, relatively quiet night to come, generally cloudy skies, some rain or sleet showers into Northern Ireland, North West England and North Wales. But we'll all notice the change through tomorrow. Yes, there'll be a lot of cloud cover. Many places will be dry at first, but increasingly there'll be wintry showers coming through, especially for northern and western parts of the UK. Inland, increasingly sunny skies, especially through the Midlands, eastern and southern England, but it's going to feel cold, particularly in the north, in that biting northerly wind.
Aidan, thank you. Still to come. The Department for Education have started a campaign to help us all understand how our children develop, mentally develop particularly. It's quite interesting. We'll tell you more in just a moment.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Morning, 7:33.
Oh, you've got views.
So I've got.
Oh, here we
Annie and
go.
Jeff, thank you for getting in touch.
Here we
My
go.
wife Annie and I are UK expats in South Africa, and we always leave our Christmas decorations up at least used until the end of January. And this year it will extend well into February and probably beyond, because we've got family visiting us from the UK and we want to celebrate with them.
Well, Sean in Glasgow is a bit more sensible. Apologies, Annie and Jeff. But he says trees should go up 7 days before and come down 7 days after.
Yeah. Sharon, who says, by the way, Sharon in Cheshire says, I've still got my decorations up because I can't be bothered getting the ladder out. Now, this is a weird one because I don't quite understand what you mean here. She says, my tree lives on the ceiling and is up all year. When it's not Christmas, it's covered in twinkles. How can the tree live on the ceiling? I don't quite understand that.
Don't know. I think you may need to send us a picture, Sharon.
Oh, please.
Simon's a little bit... Oh, Simon says we take ours down on Boxing Day.
Scrooge.
That's a bit too much.
It is. Tom in Buckinghamshire says, my tree brightens up dark January mornings every day. Quite right. Keep your decorations up. Keep your tree twinkling throughout January, because it's pretty dismal.
I'll keep your thoughts coming through on that one. gbviews@gbnews.com. Now, it surely can come as no surprise that interacting with young children is going to be good for their development.
Of course, but clearly not enough people really do it, in which case the Department of Education has launched what they're calling Little Moments Together. It's a campaign to get us to understand that it's really important to interact with your child before the age of 5. Who knew?
It's very odd, isn't it? Let's talk to child psychologist Professor Sam Oas. Good to see you this morning. We're a bit baffled, Sam, about this, because it just seems like the most basic common sense.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of ways, in fact, Stephen, in which our understanding of early brain development has changed quite a lot, and really quite recently. So I'm a practicing neuroscientist, so I spend my days bringing kind of different little children into the lab, and we're measuring their brain activity when they're engaged in a kind of a live face-to-face interaction with an adult caregiver. And this is really kind of, we haven't been doing this type of research for very long, and it really has changed our understanding of early development quite a bit. So we used to think that the important learning happens, you know, when children start school and they start with their 3 Rs and the kind of concrete things that we always think of as learning. But what, in fact, research done by my group and lots of others around the world has really taught us is, in fact, there's a massive amount of brain development that's happened before then, during the 0 to 5 years age range. In fact, 90% of brain development, 90% of brain growth happens during the first few years of life. And it's laying these crucial bedrocks for the early learning that then goes on to support the later learning that children do in school. So it's because of this that we've launched this campaign with the Department of Education in partnership with the Department of Health and Social Care, really to raise awareness of, you know, what parents can be doing with their children during early life to help them to interact better, to help those brain connections to develop.
When I brought my kids up in the 80s, it was terribly trendy for yummy mummies to teach them to read, you know, from the age of 2 or something, with lots of flashcards. And it was incredible how much they could pick up. So what, mind you, then it was sort of slightly discredited a bit later because it didn't appear to do much for them. But, I mean, is there something new we should be doing with our children?
Yeah, definitely, Anne. And that's a really good point for you to raise, actually. So what we're increasingly realizing is, in fact, those aren't the types of interactions that really benefit very young, developing brains the best. So a young brain is, as I say, going through this process of very rapid brain growth. And we go through this very early and rapid kind of formation of new connections. So the total number of connections in our brain peaks around 2 or 3, and then it declines slowly thereafter. So young brains are very noisy, and they're very messy, and they're inefficient. So what we think is actually the best thing to be doing with a young child is just to do the really simple things over and over again. So it's exactly not what you're saying of trying to supercharge their early brain development by giving them a lot of things very fast. Young children often seek out repetition. So, you know, I've got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old at home, and, you know, they love to ask the same questions over and over. So, you know, are we nearly there yet? That type of thing. And 2-year-olds in with the why questions, you know, come on, we've got to get dressed. Why? Because we've got to go to nursery. Why? And these types of kind of repetitious conversations are what can really drive us mad as the parents of young children. But now we're increasingly realizing that it's those simple, repetitious conversations that are helping their early brain connections to develop. So they seek out this repetition because doing the same thing, you know, watching the same TV show, reading the same book over and over again can really help their early brain connections to develop. So So it's exactly not kind of supercharging them, chucking lots and lots of stuff at them again and again, but rather it's just a question of, following their lead, taking things really simply, allowing this repetition and being responsive to what they're interested in.
Okay.
Fascinating hearing you say that. Lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much. Good luck with the campaign. But certainly, I think most people watching, if you've brought up a youngster, they want the same book read or every time, and again and again and again. And if you miss a page out or you try and speed up to the end, they know.
My mother should be a billionaire.
Why? She was saying all these things ages ago, was she?
She was a primary school teacher.
Yeah. Of course. And look what she accomplished in you.
No, but do you know what? This is what we did preschool. Yeah. This is what we did. And I can't help but think, I mean, all due respect, but they spend thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds on all this research to tell us the absolute blooming obvious.
That's what I think too. Yeah, play with your kids, read to your kids.
Want the same book again? Give them the same book again. Mr. Goodness.
I used to sit there with the flashcards in front of a 2-year-old. Go, yeah. And they learned to read, but it didn't do any good because by the time they went to school, it was just...
Yeah, but you're a lot bright.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are bright. It's not because I taught them with flashcards, though, from the age of 2. They just found the sheer interaction with mum flashing flashcards at them. Yeah. They found that fun.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, talking of flashcards, here is Aidan McGee with the sport. And let's have a look at Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yes, why not? Yeah. Well, actually, can I just say, I used to read Topsy and Tim books all the time. They were my go-to books. Do you remember them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember them, Stephen?
No.
No? OK, there's a whole series.
Yes.
Great stuff, yeah. Ronnie O'Sullivan, yeah, listen, he's involved in the World Masters of Snooker at the Ali Pali, but he's been moaning about the venue.
Of course he has.
And I didn't realise quite how low a number of days it was between the end of the PDC World Championship darts and the start of the World Masters Snooker.
Hey, it's very quick.
It is three days. I think it was the final of the darts was the 4th of January and the start of the snooker was the 7th of January. Now, they are very different crowds. I've been to both. And it used to be held at Wembley, but now it's at the Ali Pali, and Ronnie O'Sullivan has said it's disgusting, and basically saying that it's not been cleaned up properly.
Oh, who did?
It probably smells a bit beery, probably smells a few other substances around as well. And he said it makes him feel ill. Now, 3,200 people pack into this venue. The prize money, £250,000. I'm not sure he should really be speaking in these terms. And his opponent today, Sean Murphy, has said overnight, or in the report I've seen overnight, that if he has legitimate concerns, it's probably best not to air them in a press conference. Go through the official channels. They're not going to change the venue, but at least they might make it a bit more hygienic. At least they might clean it up a little bit. It's very difficult with that tight turnaround, though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is. I'll tell you what, he's deliberately being controversial. This has been a controversial few weeks for him.
Yeah, I know.
There's something in the media all the time.
Well, yeah, there is, but he's always saying he doesn't like snooker. He likes bringing the attention onto himself and possibly away from his game a little bit, but I'll tell you what, he's won this tournament 7 times. I wouldn't back against him doing it again. He's up against Sean Murphy today. The other semi-finals happening as well. Mark Allen against Ali Carter. And the snooker is just struggling, isn't it, to capture the imagination the way the darts did. I know they haven't got a 16-year-old hotshot coming through, but when you think back to the 80s and how big snooker was compared to darts, I mean, 22 million people watched the 1985 final when Dennis Taylor beat Steve Davis, and that was at 1 o'clock in the morning. 22 million people.
Isn't that unbelievable?
It's incredible. And the prize money then, I think, was bigger than it is.
But you don't bite the hand that feeds you.
No, you certainly don't. You certainly don't. I think darts has been hugely successful going to the Alexandra Palace. One of the things I said when they moved there in 2007 from the Circus Tavern was that I thought they would struggle to recreate the pub atmosphere, and I was wrong. They managed to do that, and it looks every bit as intimate as it does now. Snooker should be able to follow in that footprint, or that blueprint rather, and make something of it. It doesn't help when you're the most famous exponent of your sport is criticising the venue.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Aidan, thank you very much indeed. We'll see you a little bit later on. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be taking through the headlines in Headline Makers. That's in a couple of minutes.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Put in your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Carson, this Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show, every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
All right, headline makers for you now with broadcaster Claire Muldoon and political editor of HuffPost UK, Kevin Schofield. It's a Scottish takeover.
It is. It is.
About time. About time.
Oh, about time, is it? Yeah, calm yourself, calm yourself. Kevin, let's have a look at the Times, should we? Suella Braverman, this is where I don't understand politics, or don't like politics.
Yeah.
In that Suella Braverman, who is desperate for the Rwanda plan to kick off, is now threatening to scupper the Rwanda plan.
Yeah.
Unless she gets her own way.
Yeah, try and get your head around that one. I mean, basically what you've got to remember, though, is that she doesn't like Rishi Sunak. So I think her dislike of Rishi Sunak probably just outweighs everything as far as Suella Braverman's concerned. So basically this week, Rishi Sunak's emergency Rwanda bill, which he says will finally get flights off later this year, comes back to Parliament. Lots of right-wing MPs, including Suella Braverman, are trying to amend it to make it tougher. But that will just annoy, well, not just the Prime Minister, who thinks it's tough enough, but also those on the sort of more moderate wing of the party. So he's not got his problems to seek. But Suella Braverman is the first one to come out and say that if it's not amended, she will then vote
against it. Ultimately,
cutting off a nose to spite a face.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's why ultimately it probably will pass.
Do you think so?
I think it probably will, because I think there won't be enough MPs like Suella Braverman who think. I think most of them will think, well, it's as good as we're going to get. It will look daft to vote it down if ultimately we support the Rwanda plan. Because the thing is, as well, if this doesn't pass, then Sunak is sunk. Really, you know, it's virtually a confidence vote in him. And if you can't get this legislation, it is, yeah. So if you can't get this legislation through, then he might as well just chuck it.
There'll be a.
And then there'll be a general election, and then they're 20 points behind in the polls. Do they really want to bring down the government?
You say there'll be a general election. How can you go into a general election if there isn't a leader of the Conservative Party?
Well,
there would be, but
there would be.
There would be a stand-in, just somebody. Oh.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess in theory,
a stand-in anyway. You know, so what's new? I think the sooner they call this general election, the better, because we need to get rid of the SNP up in Scotland. We need to get, you know, a proper government governing that is being elected by the British electorate, instead of this wishy-washy, rishy-washy rhetoric that's just going on just now. I'm done with it all.
It is definitely wishy-washy. Can we move on to this story in the Mail, Claire?
Yes.
About some original scripts from the TV series Friends.
This is goes back to 1998, the one when Ross marries Rachel. But the funny thing was, this was all filmed in London, and the two scripts were actually disposed of in a bin in London in the studios up at Wembley where it was filmed, because they didn't want the spoiler alert. Obviously, Ross didn't marry his fiancée Emily, but married Rachel.
Well, he said Rachel's name.
He said
at the wedding.
Oh, did he?
Yes. Right. When he was getting married to Emily, he said, "I take thee, Rachel," by mistake.
Oh. Which is a bit of a no-no.
Episodes.
Really, it's a bit of a no-no at a wedding to get the bride's name wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it was massive at the time.
So not only are these original scripts, but they're of two very famous episodes.
Yes.
So what happened to them?
They were binned by a producer or a young runner.
Destroyed.
No, they weren't. They should have been destroyed.
Someone hoiked them out the bin.
Someone hoiked them out the bin, kept them for years. 219 bids for the auction house up in Hertfordshire, and they were sold for something like £29,000.
That's amazing.
Isn't that amazing?
That's worth your while.
It is, isn't it? Just keeping it and just thinking, oh. And of course, I think this has escalated with the death of Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
So that made it even more, perhaps.
But I mean, is that not stolen property?
Well, I was wondering that. I suppose you'd have to argue that if it was
9/10 of the law,
if it was thrown out,
it's not,
how you prove it was in a bin.
I've got some original scripts from Good Morning with Anne and Nick.
I don't know if they're worth trying.
She says she ruffles her hair and lies back. Well, those are good old days, Anne.
No, they wouldn't be. But you know, it's in those days. In those days, scripts were all paper. They were massive things, massive loads of paper and everything. So I kept a few of them, and they got all got all our original little marks on and everything like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
10 grand.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait till it's another 20 or 30 years on those.
All right, I'll wait.
My drift.
Yeah, I get your drift. Just shows, hang on to things, though, doesn't it?
It does.
If you've got space.
Can we have a look at... I want to look at this. I know it's Claire's, but you both chip in, because we've got a bit of video, I think, of the world's first... It's called the Ares rather than the...
You've got to be careful how you say it, yeah.
It's the first pothole robot, and it's being deployed in Hertfordshire.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Which
it mends potholes.
90% cheaper than manual labour.
Right.
They don't need rest, they don't need sleep, so therefore they can work 24 hours a day if need be.
They need to put it out on the street somewhere. It's nowhere in a garage. It's no good in a garage.
So it looks as big as a car, if not bigger. But then, here we are. We see it rolling out of the garage. And maybe if we take the strap line out, we might see what it does.
Now, this has been funded by a university, and they've got together with Hertfordshire Local Authority. Now, potholes are extremely expensive, not only for drivers in the UK, but also for the government. Figures are released of £2.8 billion for road repairs in the UK alone. And you know it's to the chagrin of many drivers when they hit a pothole. And it's ridiculous to think that, I mean, you would know that, Stephen, you enjoy driving and you enjoy driving good cars. So to hit a pothole is quite dangerous. and causes quite a lot of damage.
If you're listening on the radio, we're looking at pictures of this thing, which is the size of a car, and it's just stopped in the road, and all these men in high-vis jackets are just walking around it and talking.
It's
Doesn't appear to be doing anything.
It takes a while.
Here we go.
So what it does is it fills the pothole, identifies where the cracks before the pothole actually exacerbates and becomes worse. Because of the inclement weather we have here in the UK, the rain comes down, fills these cracks with the cold weather, ice then expands, pushing the asphalt and everything else in the road out, which then creates a pothole. And these robots can actually go and identify the cracks before they become potholes, fill them, and then move on.
Excellent. Well, I think we need to be seeing more of those on the roads. They're nothing much to look at the minute.
They're horrible.
I'm sure they'll get a revamp.
Well, it's one of the things that really annoys people, isn't it? But they think the politicians should fix it, and politicians are always promising to fix it and never actually do.
I always thought road tax paid for that, but apparently not.
Yeah, honestly, roads and
ULEZ.
Roads and bins.
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah.
You know,
all politics is local.
Yes, it is what
Yeah, it's people care about that.
Right.
And when to take Christmas decorations down. We'll talk about that a bit later in the programme.
We will.
It's gaining momentum.
Yeah, we're all going round to Anne's house after the show
to celebrate
take our
Christmas.
With a bit of
down.
twinkle, and I might serve a bit of Christmas punch.
Here's the weather.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a cloudy start to the day and the weekend, but through the weekend it turns colder. And by tomorrow, the risk of some substantial snow in some places. That sets the theme for the forthcoming week. But as we begin the weekend, actually relatively quiet out there. Yes, largely cloudy skies, some breaks in that cloud, giving blue skies, especially towards the north and northeast. We do have an area of rain moving through Northern Ireland into North Wales and the Midlands. Ahead of that, temperatures of 4 or 5 Celsius. Behind it, the weather's already starting to turn colder in the far north of Scotland. Showers here, falling as snow over the hills. But into tonight, those showers increasingly falling as snow in the far north down to lower levels. And as a result, those snow showers will start to develop widely and settle across northern Scotland by the end of the night. Elsewhere, relatively quiet night to come, generally cloudy skies, some rain or sleet showers into Northern Ireland, North West England and North Wales. But we'll all notice the change through tomorrow. Yes, there'll be a lot of cloud cover. Many places will be dry at first, but increasingly there'll be wintry showers coming through, especially for northern and western parts of the UK. Inland, increasingly sunny skies, especially through the Midlands, eastern and southern England, but it's going to feel cold, particularly in the north, in that biting northerly wind.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show.
Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else.
We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride.
Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse.
It's news, but it's this close to entertainment.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 13th of January. Today, the United States has launched new attacks on Houthi rebels in Yemen as they vow that the US and UK will not go without punishment or retaliation.
At The Hague, Israel has hit back at South Africa as it presents its defence at the International Court of Justice over accusations of genocide in Gaza.
It's a scandal that has rocked the country. How one TV drama has brought the post office scandal to light as the victims now seek justice. We'll look back at what has been an incredible week.
And Aidan McGee is here with your sport.
Yes, good morning. In the Premier League, there was VAR controversy at Burnley last night as they conceded a late goal against Luton. Meanwhile, Manchester City will have to do without star striker Erling Haaland for just a little bit longer. And we'll be looking ahead to the Australian Open in tennis, the first Grand Slam of 2024.
And just after 7:30, we're going to be, no, 8:30, I beg your pardon, we're going to be discussing the biggest stories making headlines today with Kevin Schofield and Claire Muldoon.
And then you'll want to know about the weather. Aidan McGivern's here.
It's turning colder this weekend, and some places will have disruptive snow by the end of tomorrow. Find out all the details in the forecast coming up.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ann Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Honestly, I think Kevin Schofield thinks he's on blankety blank.
Blankety blank.
He was waving at the camera. You're listening on the radio, you didn't miss anything.
A little wave. It was
honestly,
very reminiscent of...
like the Supermatch game.
Talking about things to wave about and is the Christmas decorations, when you should take them down. Ages ago, I said that I'm just not taking mine down yet. I like to see it twinkling through January. And there are a lot of people who agree with me, and thank you so much for getting in touch. Colin in Somerset says the best thing about taking Christmas decorations down is that it takes a fraction of the time to take them down than it does to put them up.
Oh, it's the lights.
I like putting them up, though, and that's why I don't want to take them down.
Suki says January's a long month and seeing a twinkly, sparkly tree is cheerful. There are no rules. Oh, I think there should be.
No, I don't think.
Sharon emailed earlier on to say she had a tree on the ceiling.
Which we didn't quite understand.
No, so she sent us a picture.
Thank you for the picture. It's lovely. She says, here's a picture of my ceiling tree. I pinched the idea from my granddaughter's nursery, which brings part of a tree inside every year and puts it in their reception area. It makes a lovely lamp for most of the year. Can't quite see it. Is it hanging from the ceiling or is it sort of... It is?
Yes, I think so.
I like that because you could make that work for Easter as well, couldn't you?
You could make it work.
And little Easter eggs and bunny rabbits from it.
Yeah. But it takes a bit of dusting.
What do you think of the dusting?
You need a feather duster for that.
You would. Well, haven't you got one?
Actually, yes, I have.
Well, you might have.
My mother bought me a feather duster.
Well, if you've got any thoughts on
You
anything
need
from
one of these, she said,
feather
many years
dusters,
ago.
you do need one.
As always, she was right.
Yeah.
She's right.
Any thoughts on that? And Christmas decorations and upside-down Christmas trees hanging from the ceiling or anything else like that, please get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Now, the United States has launched more airstrikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen. It follows a joint operation between the UK and the US 24 hours ago.
In a statement, a spokesperson for the Houthis has vowed to retaliate, saying these strikes would not go unanswered or unpunished.
Well, it comes as thousands took to the streets of Yemen's capital, Sana'a, yesterday, condemning the strikes against their country. It was a military operation, that, getting them out, apparently.
It was really militarily organised.
I sort of think North Korea...
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
You haven't got a choice but to go out.
Yeah. Well, it was impressive, but any good at all in this sort of campaign, this propaganda war? Joining us now is military analyst Sean Bell. Very good morning to you, Sean. Yeah, I mean, what do you think? Clearly, the Houthis are very good at this sort of propaganda campaign, apart from anything else, aren't they?
Good morning, Anne. Good morning, Stephen. Yes, they are. But it's worth going back just to remind everybody that, Hamas is fighting Israel. If they are no match militarily for Israel, Iran funds Hamas, the Hezbollah, and also the Houthis. And therefore, it's in Iran's interest to escalate this conflict, to put pressure on America, to bring the war between Israel and Hamas to an end. And that's why the Houthis have been terrorising Red Sea shipping ever since the 19th of November. I think there's over 30 cases of attacks, missile attacks, drone attacks. And ultimately, although the US-led coalition, Operation Prosperity Guardian, was providing an effective umbrella to merchant shipping, you can't keep having a nation or a group like the Houthis attacking shipping. And eventually, it looked like diplomatic options ran out. And that's why earlier in the week, on Thursday night, 60 targets were struck, over 100 munitions. And it appears, it's difficult to tell at the moment, but the US unilaterally did the strike last night. It's either that following yesterday, the Houthis launched another missile, almost as an act of petulance. And it looks either in response to that, the US has struck this radar site, or after the strikes on Thursday night, battle damage assessment, they will have looked and said, one of the radar sites is still survived the attack. And therefore, they decided to use USS Carney to use another Tomahawk missile to actually take it out. It does seem to be a very surgical, measured response, and it is a unilateral response last night.
There is talk, there's concern from some quarters about this, escalating the problems within the region. I wonder what your analysis of that is, and whether or not this action can be sort of just done very quickly, in the idea that you degrade what the Houthis can do to the point that Iran can't just replace it all, and then it is a done deal, it's done and finished.
Yeah, there's a couple of things in there, Stephen, one of which is that you can't stop that. Well, stopping the Houthis requires two things, stopping their intent, but also stopping their capability. By taking out missile sites, missiles, command and control centres, you degrade their ability to launch the missiles, but you won't remove their intent. And I think part of this was a clear statement to the Houthis that if you persist, we will come after you. And also, there's been some clear statements to Iran, because I think everyone is very clear the dark shadow of Iran is cast over this whole episode, and Iran is providing most of the weapons and military training and finance for this. You can get the armed drones that the Houthis have been using from pretty well anywhere in the world, but you can't get the ballistic anti-ship missiles. They are specialist capability. They have been provided by Iran, and if Iran keeps providing those weapons, then the West might have no choice but to look to escalate this further. But turning to a point of escalation, I think there is a risk of that. I think that's why for several weeks the West has not hit back at the Houthis, despite them firing missiles at merchant shipping. We saw one night of very focused attacks to tell the Houthis to stop. But as you say, there is a risk in the region, but time will tell. My own assessment, I think many military analysts, is the Language coming out is relatively measured at the moment. So it looks like we are not on the cusp of this escalating rapidly, but time will tell.
Wouldn't it look better for all if a few more countries came out in support? And we're told that there is support from, I don't know, Canada, Australia, Denmark, Dubai. But don't we need to see some action from them in order to show the world, and certainly the Houthis, that, you know, we are united against them?
Yeah, so it's a great point, Anne. But one of the difficulties when you mount military action is it's a very binary. You either do it or you don't. And the danger is that you therefore attract retribution. There's pretty widespread international support for stopping the action of the Houthis. Let's be blunt, 15% of global shipping passes through the Bab al-Mandab Straits on the Red Sea. And now most of that shipping is having to route the long way around. 10 days of extra travel, extra costs involved, delaying the arrival of a shipping. Now, for you and I, a few pence on a loaf of bread probably doesn't make a great deal of difference. But for huge numbers in the world of the starving and the poverty, it's a huge difference. So whilst it does affect the whole world, and undoubtedly most of the world will want to see this stop, you can imagine the reluctance of some countries to go as far as to supporting military action for fear of what retribution that might bring.
OK, Sean Bell, good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
Now let's move on to the scandal that everybody is still talking about, because it just seems to unravel more and in a worse fashion every day, and that's the post office scandal.
Yeah, and of course we had the ITV drama, and off the back of that, the plight of post office workers really has been brought to our attention in a way, got to be honest, that it hasn't been before.
No, we all sort of knew about the story. We'd heard that there was some sort of a scandal, but I think until many people saw the absolutely excellent ITV drama, I don't think people realised the cost to ordinary people, human beings. The political ramifications are massive too. In the House of Commons, the Prime Minister has promised new legislation to overturn those awful convictions.
Let's talk to our political correspondent, Olivia Utley, who joins us now. Look, within all of this, Olivia, it's raising so many questions, because this is covering actually all the three main parties involved in this have all been in government at some point during this scandal.
Well, exactly. I think that's a really important point. All of this kicked off in 1999, back when Tony Blair was Prime Minister. Gordon Brown then took office. Then we had David Cameron and the coalition. And importantly, of course, the Lib Dems were responsible for the post office ministership role while the coalition was in office. So Ed Davey and Joe Swinson were both implicated. And then, of course, we've had the governments of Boris Johnson, Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak, none of which have actually managed to clear up this scandal. Ed Davey is the person who is most obviously implicated from politicians at the top of Parliament. He was Post Office Minister at the time, between 2010 and 2012. Alan Bates asked to meet with him 5 times. He said that the meeting would serve no useful purpose. Yesterday, he did a long interview with ITV where he refused to actually apologise 10 times. He said he regrets being lied to on an industrial scale by the post office, were his words, and he regrets what happened to the postmasters. He regrets not doing more, but he wasn't actually able to say that he was sorry. He will not be the last politician who is implicated in all of this. Rishi Sunak is now trying to clear things up as quickly as possible with this new law, which he talked about in PMQs on Wednesday, which would mean that victims would be able to sign a form to say that they were wrongfully convicted, and their convictions would be overturned and they would be eligible for compensation. That is due to happen by the end of this year. But even if it does, and it's all pretty legally complicated, even if that actually happens, it will still be over 20 years in some cases that these victims have been suffering with the fallout of this terrible miscarriage of justice. And every politician from every major party have been implicated. They will not hear the end of this for a long time to come.
Olivia, stay in your seat, because we're going to come back to you in just a couple of minutes, so stay where you are as we talk to one of the lawyers who's represented multiple victims of this scandal, Neil Hudgell. Neil, good to see you this morning. What's your assessment of where we are now? Because it's about justice, isn't it? But the reality is, as we're hearing from a lot of people, justice isn't going to be enough, is it? Because it doesn't actually sort out the years of torment, of horror, the destroyed lives, the moving of houses, the criminal convictions. It doesn't sort out the shame linked to all of this.
No, you're right. I think it's a crazy old week that we've had. The whole thing has been elevated onto a whole new level. You know, the British public now get it. You know, there's been a number of us for a number of years that have been campaigning on various fronts to bring this to the attention of people, and the penny's finally dropped, and obviously that's accelerated everything that's happened in the course of this week. But ultimately, my focus remains on the clients. You know, you've seen so many stories this week of loss, tragedy, and I think really in terms of justice, what justice means for them is accountability for people that have done the wrongs. You know, we've got an IT system that clearly was flawed, but people made decisions on the back of that. So those people need to be held to account. I think we've seen some people come out this week, some high-profile individuals express regret, in some instances apologise, you know, gestures around handing back honours. I think the feeling within the people that I speak to is some of this is rather late in the day, it's forced. I think part of the closure for these people that are so hideously disfigured psychologically in many other ways is genuine contrition, is people to actually explain their part in the process, not to develop amnesia, become forgetful, point the finger in other directions. And that's part of the process. The process is about accountability, it's about proper compensation, and it's about speed. It's about turning this 20 years into no more than another 9-12 months. So at the end of 24, some people, or most people, can start to move on with their lives, start to find some closure.
Yeah, and that's very important, isn't it? That's something they haven't been able to do. I mean, they've lived with not only suspicion and obviously wrongful conviction in some cases. There have been deaths as well. But I don't know what money ever makes up for that. But money will certainly help. Is that what they're telling you? Oh, I think we've lost contact again.
Can you hear us, Neil? No, he's lost us. What a shame.
Yeah. He did sound confident, though, that things were moving forward.
It's going to have to.
Would only take months now.
I mean, there's absolutely no excuse for it not to happen now. Can you imagine?
It's got to happen.
Look, I said we were going to go back to Olivia Utley. Let's head back to Westminster then. Olivia, I wanted to ask you, because we're getting reports that the first migrants of 2024, the first illegal migrants, the first small boats have crossed the Channel.
Yes, there's catamarans have been crossing the Channel this morning, the first migrants of 2024, and actually the first migrants to cross the Channel since the 16th of December, which is the longest time, 24 days, I think it was, the longest time in 3 years that there has been that sort of level of gap in migrants crossing the Channel. Obviously, this is bad news for Rishi Sunak. His Rwanda bill is going to its third stage in the Commons next week, and there is going to be a big row over it. Robert Jenrick, his former very close ally and the former immigration minister, has written a piece in the Telegraph this morning saying that he and Bill Cash, a known sort of hawk on the Tory right, are tabling some amendments to try and toughen up the bill. Robert Jenrick says that the bill in its current state simply does not work because so many migrants will be able to find a loophole where essentially they go to human rights courts and say that, well, going to Rwanda might be safe for other people, which is what the bill sort of codifies, but individually, in specific cases, individual migrants will be able to go to human rights courts and try and see their deportation overturned. That's why Jenrick, Suella Braverman, about 50 others on the Tory right think that this bill doesn't go far enough, and why they're going to try and toughen it up next week. But of course, Rishi Sunak has a problem then, because those on the left of the party, which are about 100 MPs and sort of One Nation wing of the party, have said that they will only vote for the bill if it doesn't get toughened up anymore. Their worry is that if it is amended, it will stray too close to breaking international human rights laws. So Rishi Sunak at the moment is really treading a tightrope with that Rwanda bill, and either side of his party could topple it. Eventually, that could lead to a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister. That would all be a sort of formality because the Conservatives do still have a large majority, of sort of about 70 now. But that majority would vote Rishi Sunak through, but it would look very, very bad indeed if it got to a vote of no confidence, which is a very pressing concern for the Prime Minister now. Over Christmas and over the New Year, while small boats weren't coming over and while Parliament wasn't sitting, we all sort of forgot about the Rwanda bill. But cutting immigration, stopping those small boats, is a central tenet of Rishi Sunak's policy promise for the next election. And if he can't get this Rwanda bill through, and at the moment it doesn't look like he will, that's going to be a big, big issue for him.
What is the buzz then in Westminster about all of these pressures on the Prime Minister at the moment about when he's going to call an election?
Well, it's the million-dollar question, Anne. I mean, Rishi Sunak seemed to rule out calling an election in the first half of this year. He said a few weeks ago that his current thinking was that there would be an election in the second half of this year. George Osborne has made his prediction. He's been told, people around him have said that they've been told to clear their diaries for the 14th of November. Of course, that would be very close to the US election. So perhaps the Prime Minister will do that, but usually the Prime Minister would avoid clashing with a huge election like the US election because obviously that's going to take a lot of the airtime away from what's going on in the UK, particularly if it ends up being Trump versus Biden. It is still possible that the Prime Minister could sort of take the Labour Party by surprise, and having said that he's not planning on calling a general election in the first half of this year, do exactly that and call it for the 2nd of May, which is when the local elections are. Obviously, that would be a sort of logistically straightforward option. Elections are very expensive, setting up polling booths, etc. are very expensive, and calling the general election on the same day as the locals would really cut that expense down for the taxpayer. But if I were a betting woman, I would still put money on the second half of this year. Rishi Sunak is very much hoping that things get better for the country over the course of 2024. Interest rates should go down further, which will take a bit of pressure off inflation, should take pressure off the cost of living crisis, pressure off people's mortgages. And by the end of this year, Sunak is hoping people will be feeling a bit richer and more inclined to vote for the incumbent. So I think I'm going with George Osborne on the 14th of November. But everything could change in the coming weeks and months.
All right, certainly could. Olivia, thank you. My money's on May the 2nd.
Is it?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. I think because the other issue is the longer it goes out, the more desperate they look. That's the other thing. The longer you take it the more you take it to the wire. So I'm May the 2nd. But it's interesting. Olivia's much more politically astute than I am, so she's probably right.
But everyone you ask has a different opinion, don't they? But it's either going to be May or November, isn't it? And
yeah.
I suppose we'll know sooner or later.
Oh, yes, we will. Now, social media may cop plenty of flack, but it can be a force for good. Just ask Mark Ormrod, a Royal Marines veteran and, should we say, a friend of Prince Harry.
Well, he's also a triple amputee. Hi there, Mark. It's lovely to see you again. We met years and years ago, I remember. And just to sort of cut a long story short, you became, sadly, a triple amputee after you fought in Afghanistan. So thank you for your service, as they say in America. But tell us this extraordinary story about how you lost your prosthetic legs.
So I live in Devon and I spent a lot of time working up in London. So I drove up this week to spend a couple of days in and out of the city. And I decided to try a new hotel that was a little bit closer to the city. Got there about 5 on Tuesday evening. Woke up the next day to go about my business. Went to the boot of my car to put my kit in there, and the whole back window had been shattered. And my bags had been stolen. And in those bags were a set of my prosthetic legs. There wasn't much else in there except for sweaty gym kit and a water bottle. But those legs are over 50% of my independence as a triple amputee. They're what I use to interact with my children, to take them to the beach, to go in the ocean, to train at the gym. And then they've been stolen. There were 3 on my car. The parcel shelf was over. The rear windows are tinted. It was parked in the disabled bay. I pretty much took every measure you could to keep my vehicle safe, but it wasn't enough.
It just beggars belief, doesn't it? Of all the things people might want to steal, I mean, obviously, they wouldn't have known what was in the car. So they must have opened the bag once he'd broken into your car. Why on earth would anybody do it? Beggars belief.
It does. But how did you retrieve them?
So obviously, initially, I was a little bit upset. And so I put a message out on my social media, not an angry one, just to highlight what had happened. And I had a very, very busy day planned. The car I have is actually leased through the Motability Scheme, who provide vehicles for disabled motorists. So I called them up. They booked me in within 45 minutes to get the window repaired. So I went and did that, went about my business. But didn't really check my phone. And on the way out of London in the evening, I had a look through my DMs and my emails. And a woman had emailed me. She'd sent me several messages on social media with a photograph of my bags, saying she had found them spread across an alley behind her house. She had collected it all up. She saw my Facebook post and she wanted to return them to me because she lived around the corner from the hotel. Wow. So I went back and I met her and she brought it back.
That's brilliant. My goodness.
It's fantastic. I mean, you must have breathed a sigh of relief. I mean, it's not just your independence, although that's a huge part of it, of course. I mean, they're not exactly cheap or easy or quick to get hold of, are they, these sorts of bits of kit?
It's expensive. Like I said, I live in Devon. My prosthetics get made in Guildford, so it would have been weeks of backwards and forward travel to be fitted, to be measured, to test legs. So there would have been a huge expense attached to it. It would have limited my life for however long that took. Yeah, so it's not great. But, the wider issue is that the disabled community as a whole, there are people in a much worse situation than me who have equipment and kit that their actual lives depend on. Ventilators, batteries, medication, that kind of stuff. And if that had been stolen, then the consequences would have been much greater for somebody.
Before we say goodbye, I've got to ask you about your T-shirt. Tatami Jiu-Jitsu. Are you into Jiu-Jitsu?
I am, and that's what they stole. They stole my Jiu-Jitsu training kit.
Well, tell us, how do you do Jiu-Jitsu as a triple amputee?
With this.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that.
The good arm.
The good arm.
Yeah.
I just find it, it's fascinating, but also inspirational to when you see, it's a bit like the Paralympics, isn't it? When you see these people who, not very long ago, society wrote off, now just proving what they can do and actually putting those of us who are able-bodied to shame, frankly.
Yeah, it's a much more inclusive world out there now for people with disabilities. There's much more support out there, and people are really diving into looking at what we can do rather than what we can't do.
Yeah.
Well, look, you've got your MBE, I think it is, wasn't it, for all the work you do. You're a terrific spokesman. Thanks so much for joining us. Lovely to see you again after all these years.
You too. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't want to take him on the jiu-jitsu.
No.
Can't even say it.
There were muscles in that arm.
Yeah, me. Good on him. I tell you what, I've always found inspiring about people like Mark is the attitude. Actually,
well, it's not easy every day either, is it?
Can't be. But to say, well, there are people in much worse conditions.
I know. Yeah.
Well, actually, we all need to bear that in mind, I think. A nice fella. Anyway, OK, let's get it. Oh, go on.
No, it just gets you cross about the thief. The thief could have just looked through it and thought, I don't want any of that, and put it somewhere. But to just spread it out in a gutter like that is disgusting. That sort of adds insult to injury, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, these people. OK, let's go check on your weather for you, because there's going to be some snow. Is it where you are? Here's Aidan.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGivern here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a cloudy start to the day and the weekend, but through the weekend it turns colder And by tomorrow, the risk of some substantial snow in some places. That sets the theme for the forthcoming week. But as we begin the weekend, actually relatively quiet out there. Yes, largely cloudy skies, some breaks in that cloud, giving blue skies, especially towards the north and northeast. We do have an area of rain moving through Northern Ireland into North Wales and the Midlands. Ahead of that, temperatures of 4 or 5 Celsius. Behind it, the weather's already starting to turn colder in the far north of Scotland. Showers here, falling as snow over the hills. But into tonight, those showers increasingly falling as snow in the far north down to lower levels. And as a result, those snow showers will start to develop widely and settle across northern Scotland by the end of the night. Elsewhere, relatively quiet night to come, generally cloudy skies, some rain or sleet showers into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales. But we'll all notice the change through tomorrow. Yes, there'll be a lot of cloud cover. Many places will be dry at first, but increasingly there'll be wintry showers coming through, especially for northern and western parts of the UK. Inland, increasingly sunny skies, especially through the Midlands, eastern and southern England, but it's going to feel cold, particularly in the north, in that biting northerly wind.
Oh, biting wind. Lovely.
Do stick with us. Still to come, trusting your gut. Apparently we all do it, but what does that actually mean? And are we paying enough attention to our guts? We'll be joined by one expert on this very shortly.
That was horrible.
It's not.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa!
Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Kearse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now, this isn't odd one. We all know the feeling. You're at a crossroads and your intuition kicks in. So what do? You trust your gut.
Yeah, that's why we call it gut instinct, isn't it? But what do we actually know about, about gut instinct and about our guts? Well, apparently not very much. On TikTok, people are craving information about our gut.
Yeah. Let's talk to the gut health doctor. She'll know.
A gut expert, exactly.
Dr. Megan Rossi, good to see you this one. It's a ridiculous phrase, isn't it? Why do we have this link to our gut and common sense and all this sort of nonsense?
Yeah, look, I mean, we have known for ages that there is that two-way communication. I think we can all relate to it, right? Like, if we have stress up here, often we start to feel it in our gut if we've got an interview and things like that. But actually, there's new science around this whole area that I think has brought this extra level of excitement that we literally have these trillions of bacteria in our gut. And these microbes, including those bacteria, are doing things like communicating with our brain.
Our gut is actually a microbiome, is it? Is that the word?
Very impressed, Anne, with that terminology. That's a scientific name, literally, for that community of these organisms. And it's not just our brain that these microorganisms are impacting. You know, the scientific research is now unfolding. Literally every week there's new studies coming out highlighting that with, our microbes impacting hormone regulation. So people going through, the menopause, actually it's really important to start thinking about your gut health. Likewise, we know if people are struggling with things like low energy and their weight and things like that. So I think gone are the days of just thinking about gut health as digestive symptoms. Because yes, a lot of people do suffer with that, but the science is highlighting gut health goes well beyond just digestive symptoms. And that's one of the elements behind Holland & Barrett's campaign around gut health.
I'm quite sure as a man I don't have any hormones.
Of course you have hormones.
No.
Of course you have hormones.
We don't have hormones, gentlemen. No,
you don't have the same hormones.
I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Look, on a serious note, the problem is when we look at gut health, and it's been talked about for a long time, obviously, the only thing that seems obvious are these little shots. And everyone knows what they do. I mean, they might be good for you, I have no idea. But is there stuff you can do without having to invest your hard-earned cash into these little bottles?
Absolutely. And, I don't think there's a whole lot of science necessarily behind these little bottles. Instead, what we do know, one way to really improve our gut health is by thinking about plants. Now, a lot of people go, I don't really like plants, but, the evidence behind this area is so strong that things like testosterone, so you've got testosterone, Stephen, our microbes are thought to help regulate that, right? So there is a whole lot of reasons behind why we want to really focus on our gut. So when I talk about plants, I'm not just talking about your fruit and veg. There's things like your whole grains, your nuts and seeds, your legumes, your chickpeas, butter beans and things like that, which we know literally are like fertilizer for this community of these microorganisms. So, we don't need to completely revolutionize or, overhaul our diet. It's simple things we can do to add in these extra plants. And the scientific literature shows that after about 4 or so weeks, we'll start to notice that difference. We'll have greater energy. Maybe our blood pressure will be more under control. There's far-reaching benefits. So I want people to feel empowered and excited by this science and not daunted that they have to buy all these expensive things. It's as simple as whatever you're having for breakfast, add a teaspoon of mixed seeds in there and you get these things called, I call plant points. So 3 extra different types of plants into your meal.
Sounds quite easily done.
I think the revelation of all of this is that Stephen actually does have a hormone, at least 1 or 2.
Well, I've been a vegetarian for 45 years, so...
Do you do your legumes and your nuts and grains?
Well, I do. So, obviously, my testosterone levels are clearly through the roof.
All right, enough.
Thank you very much
It's lovely to talk to you. Thank you very much.
You see, there are some benefits from being a salad eater. There you go, Aidan. Follow that.
Did you know... Well, actually, insulin... you and I are type 1 diabetics. Yeah. Insulin is a hormone, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
It is. So I suppose we don't have. We have to inject it manually,
No, exactly.
don't we?
Yes,
so you're not wrong.
Joking. I was only joking.
I know you were.
It was a slightly misogynistic
I
jibe.
know what you mean.
There you go.
But how do I follow that?
I don't know.
You
tell us.
Haaland.
Yeah, we got some pictures of him on the back of the Sun today, actually. He's got a plastic mouth guard to stop him breathing through his mouth and to try and increase the airflow.
I was trying to see if it had any holes.
We can see it now for the benefit of our...
Putting that between your teeth, then obviously you have to breathe in through your nose, don't you?
You breathe less.
So he was doing too much mouth breathing, which actually is bad for you, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and it can dry your mouth out as well and leave you dehydrated. But, he's trying to recover from a foot injury. He's been out since December the 6th. They learned this week that they'd be without him now until the end of January at the very, very least. And, I mean, they've done well without him. They've played 8 games, won 7, drawn 1. If anyone can cope without even a star player like that, it's Manchester City with the squad that they have. But nonetheless, a big miss. But, an interesting story. He put it on Instagram yesterday alongside the words, think outside the box. I'm still trying to work out exactly what he meant. Maybe I need to think out. Maybe I need to follow his advice to think about it. But nonetheless, it was an interesting picture.
I don't know how shoving something in your mouth is thinking outside the box. I don't know. Breathe through your nose, it'll help your foot.
I know, well,
I'm not convinced.
Well, I don't know. I think just good breathe. A lot of us don't breathe properly, do we?
No.
And if you actually concentrate on breathing properly, it does you the world of good. When I was in hospital, a lovely nurse used to come around and she'd take, blood oxygen level and blood pressure. And if she thought it was too high, she'd insist, and she was quite forcible, she would insist on staying and just saying, right, you've got to just lie on the bed and breathe in, breathe out, big time, in through the nose, out through the mouth, properly. And then, do it for 5 minutes, and she'd make me do it. And my blood pressure would go down in that 5 minutes, and my blood oxygen level would go right up. It made a huge difference.
Well, I've been snoring.
Was she?
Yeah, she was very matronly, as it were.
I've developed a problem with snoring in recent years, so I've been using nasal strips.
Yeah.
And I've been...
know?
So, the next door neighbours have complained.
Do you ever wake yourself up snoring?
Because I'm aware of.
Oh, yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
You can, lots of people do that, don't
I had an uncle back in the 70s whose snoring was so bad that my parents had to record him to play it back to him and said, this is a bad situation.
Yeah.
We've drifted off sport, haven't we? Unless snoring is a sport.
But did you find those nasal strips really work?
Yes, they good. I actually use them when I'm walking now as well. I used them yesterday. I walked 7 miles yesterday on my new health kit.
A bit of a plonker.
Well, yeah, my tailor spotted me in the street and said to me...
My tailor?
Well, I've got to say, he does alterations for me. He doesn't make suits from scratch or anything like that. I'm not at that level. But no, he thought I'd been punched in the nose. He thought I had a broken nose.
Yeah, I was going to say, people would think you got a broken nose.
Yeah,
Adamant, do you remember Adamant?
Yeah.
I do.
We had a poster of Adamant in our bedroom, me and my brother, and my grandma thought, why has he got a broken nose?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because he had a big
the stripe. Yeah.
That's right, yeah, exactly.
Should we talk about Ronnie O'Sullivan?
Yeah, why not? I mean, he's moaning.
Make you do some sort of other sport.
Yeah, I know. He's been moaning about the Alexandra Palace, the Ali Pali, to you and I. Obviously, the darts was there, the final was there on January the 4th. They started the World Masters snooker there on the 7th. That's a 72-hour turnaround. And he said the environment around there makes him feel ill, and he's described it as disgusting.
He's doing a lot of moaning lately.
He is a bit, yeah. Maybe that's he's pushing 50 like you and I. So
Getting grumpy.
I'm not grumpy.
No, he's
got too much.
For somebody who's won 7 Masters and won a stack of cash and he's in the semi-final this evening against Sean Murphy. He's been doing a bit of moaning, but Sean Murphy has said that look, if he has legitimate complaints about this and he doesn't disagree with everything he says, then maybe he should just direct them or funnel them through the official channels. But yeah, holds 3,200 people. But you know what, Anne? Darts has made the most of that environment. It's not perfect. It is a little bit crumbling. It's difficult to get to by public transport, but it's always packed. Snooker, yes, it's a slightly different clientele, but they're not making the most of it being inside an arena like that. And we'd love to see the days of snooker getting 22 million viewers at 1 o'clock in the morning, wouldn't we?
Yeah, they used to do a lot in Preston, didn't they, snooker?
Yes, they did. Yeah, the Preston, the Crucible is where the world titles are. I covered the Masters 20 years ago this month at Wembley. Wembley Conference Centre. I was in my early 20s, mid-20s.
Yeah, early 20s. Pull the other one.
And who made snooker famous on telly?
I would say Alex Higgins, probably.
It was David Attenborough.
Oh, was it? Why?
He was head of BBC Two.
Right.
And he decided to make BBC Two the snooker channel. He opened up BBC Two, starting with snooker, because it was the start of colour television as well, and he realised that snooker would be a great thing to watch in colour. It was David Attenborough.
Well, you couldn't do it in black and white the same.
No, you couldn't, absolutely.
No.
Yeah, he realised he'd stumbled on something. That's what made it a huge television fix.
I'm going to leave while Anne does the sport.
I think you better add.
That's the only sporting fact I know.
I think you better add.
Good information.
Aidan,
Good
thank
to see
you
you
very
both.
much indeed. And Ronnie O'Sullivan is only only 48.
Okay, he's pushing towards 50.
Well, he is, but I've got more right to be grumpy than he is. I'm very well-natured, aren't I, Anne?
Yeah, and I have got even more right to be
Yes,
grumpy.
you have. Well, yeah.
And I'm very happy.
Anyway, we've got the headline makers heading away in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Time for the headline makers at 8:46 with Claire Muldoon and Kevin Schofield. Get me words out. It's been one of those ones. I'm just slightly worried, Kevin, because you picked the Times, page 4.
Yeah.
And one of the things I love about I love a nice car because I do a lot of driving, and I always have the heated seats on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, me too. They're a luxury.
Gorgeous. I love a heated seat.
Yeah. You're not planning to start a family, are you?
No, oddly enough.
Why?
No.
Because apparently if you're looking, it's not good for your fertility.
If you're a man.
If you're a man, heated seats and electric blankets.
Oh, no, that's true, isn't it? You're meant to be airy and aerated.
Hot baths. We kind of knew that already. Hot baths.
We did. You're not meant to wear
great.
tight underpants.
Yeah, it doesn't go into that level of detail, actually. But underpants.
I wonder what the level of research was for this. I wonder who came up with the academic abstract to say, let's try and see what happens if men who want to procreate, have children, what's the thing that's holding them back? What the thing? Who on earth would think?
Heated seats, great
heated
though.
Seats.
Heated seat in a car's
Yeah,
fantastic.
but if you're a professional driver, so you're driving, 8-9 hours a day, sitting on a heated car seat, maybe it would have an effect.
No, it would. I'm sure it would. Yeah, because so Terry Sullivan of Fertility Family, which sells fertility supplements, says that even small temperature increases can inhibit the production of sperm. So prolonged exposure to heated blankets, saunas, or heated seats has the potential to affect male fertility. So there you go. If you're,
It is a known fact, isn't it, that if you are having trouble having a family, that they often say, and there's nothing sort of particularly obviously wrong, they often tell the male of the couple to go out and occasionally have icy baths.
Jeremy Beadle had to do that.
Is that right?
I remember that.
Yeah.
Jeremy Beadle, yeah.
Sat
in an icy bath.
And only wear, don't wear tight underpants.
And did that work for Jeremy Beadle?
It did, yeah.
There you go.
God rest his soul.
Yeah.
Wow, I think you learn something every day.
Why I remember that? I don't know. It was sick in my...
Of all the things that
stick in your mind. Jeremy Beadle sat in an ice bath.
It's interesting, though, because I met him at the North Pole. Did you?
Well, that's what he was doing there.
Took it to extremes today,
I took the family up to see Father Christmas in Lapland.
Oh.
And when I arrived at the airport, there was Jeremy Beadle holding, I don't know, he wasn't...
Only you could go to Lapland and bump into Jeremy Beadle.
He wasn't playing an elaborate practical joke on Santa, was he?
I don't know. Yes, he probably was, actually.
Yeah. Talking of things cold and icy, Claire.
Yes.
What's going on in Greenland if you're an entrepreneur?
Gosh, I could not believe this story. Talk about selling sand to the Arabs. Well, goodness me, we've got an entrepreneur in Greenland whose start-up business, he's begun shipping ice to Dubai. Now, ironically, Greenland import more frozen food than they export.
What?
Right? Exactly, Anne. So therefore, the ships that are going back to collect the food to bring it into them are empty. So what did this guy do? He starts hacking off big chunks of ice in the sea because apparently it's pure glacial water, and then packing it off. And Dubai are like, yeah, what else can we waste money on? What else can we do?
I can see that becoming a luxury product.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because it says that it's got fewer bubbles in it and it takes longer to melt. Therefore, your drink doesn't get diluted as quickly.
I mean, seriously, Dubai, the new Blackpool with Balenciaga. Come on.
I think we've got a little clip, actually, of this actually happening.
Did you know? No, you didn't know. This ice, which is more than 100,000 years old from Greenland's ice sheet, can now be bought in Dubai. This ice that has calved into the ocean from the ice sheet was just supposed to melt in the sea. But then these guys from Arctic Ice came up with this amazing idea to export the ice to Dubai still frozen.
Yes, you can now go to a bar or restaurant in Dubai and buy a drink with ice which has never been polluted by any human being.
More than 100...
Oh, so there you go.
Oh, I want some.
Designer ice.
Designer ice.
I want some, don't you?
It's only ice.
It's fab. Yeah, but it's never been polluted by anything, and it's pure, and it has less bubbles.
Yeah.
It's thousands and thousands of years old.
Weirdly, we just bought an ice machine.
I'm totally falling.
To the kitchen. We just bought an ice machine.
I hate to bring it back to reality, guys, but, look what's happening in Yemen, look what's happening in the Ukraine, look what's happening in the Gaza Strip, but let's get ice to Dubai.
At least not selling them sand.
You'll never stop the very rich wanting luxury products, though, will you?
No, exactly. It's always, they're looking for something new and exclusive and
I'm afraid this is the world, isn't it? There are very, very, very rich people who can afford to do things like this. Not moi.
Run a tap and put it in a box.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly, and shove it in your fridge.
Yeah.
Old school.
I don't know.
Freezer, maybe.
Ice machines are the way forward. They're great.
Kevin and I are the proud owners of ice machines.
Have you got an ice machine as well?
They're really good.
Do they not make a lot of noise?
Well, I was going to say they're quite noisy.
They are quite noisy.
But
every time you hear the clatter...
Yeah, it's nice.
Of ice going into the bucket.
There's something quite satisfying about it.
It's brilliant. Makes you think, oh, now's the time for a drink. Unfortunately, it has that effect.
perfect.
But it runs 24 hours, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
well, it doesn't have to.
I'm desperate to see
Oh, dear.
the couscous club.
Are you? Wonder why that is.
Tell us about this.
Well, there's a zoo in Berlin, and they've got a tiny, tiny glimpse of a little bear, the couscous cub, which is a very vulnerable species in the wild.
Oh.
So the Indonesian Sulawesi bear that is so vulnerable on the species list is the only second of its kind to be born in Germany. And here we see the little mite breaking through.
Being born? Are we seeing it being born?
No, I think it's just like...
It's breaking through its cover.
It's just keeping warm.
It's as though it's almost in a pouch, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit... is it a marsupial?
It must be, because it's in a pouch. And only
Oh, and look, his mum's cleaning it.
Oh, so this is quite something, the fact that it's been... Oh, there it is.
That's really cute.
It doesn't look like a bear. It looks much more like
Looks nice and cosy in there.
Yeah. Oh, look.
A muff. Maybe it's in a muff.
So it's an Indonesian Sulawesi bear, as you say.
Yes.
Only the second of its kind to be born in
Germany.
Berlin Zoo. Yeah. Well done.
Oh, it's
What's
lovely.
funny? Stop
beautiful. It's a beautiful little thing.
Yeah, it does. Cheer you up on a cold morning.
Honestly, sometimes, Stephen.
That video, obviously. That's what I'm talking about.
Stop it.
Honestly. Someone tell us, what's our off-air time? Someone tell us, because we've
Got 45 seconds
got
more to
45
make us
seconds.
thoroughly embarrassed.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Can we just
Right, let's
stop
talk about
now?
Christmas decorations.
Christmas decorations, yes. Here's...
You're a disgrace, Muldoon.
This is an odd one because Maz says, wherever I live, I always have a dead tree decorated.
Oh,
I add
lovely.
red baubles at Christmas time, but then remove them in January. It's also a perfect solution for hanging necklaces and lovely things people buy me.
A dead tree?
A dead tree. What does it look like? I mean, for heaven's sake, we need a picture.
Habeas corpus?
We need a picture, please, in order to be enthusiastic about that one. But thank you very much to everybody for supporting me, for not taking down my decorations.
Yes. Kevin, it's been a joy. Claire, thank
As
you.
ever.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a cloudy start to the day and the weekend, but through the weekend it turns colder. And by tomorrow, the risk of some substantial snow in some places. That sets the theme for the forthcoming week. But as we begin the weekend, actually relatively quiet out there. Yes, largely cloudy skies, some breaks in that cloud, giving blue skies, especially towards the north and northeast. We do have an area of rain moving through Northern Ireland into North Wales and the Midlands. Ahead of that, temperatures of 4 or 5 Celsius. Behind it, the weather's already starting to turn colder in the far north of Scotland. Showers here, falling as snow over the hills. But into tonight, those showers increasingly falling as snow in the far north down to lower levels. And as a result, those snow showers will start to develop widely and settle across northern Scotland by the end of the night. Elsewhere, relatively quiet night to come, generally cloudy skies, some rain or sleet showers into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales. But we'll all notice the change through tomorrow. Yes, there'll be a lot of cloud cover. Many places will be dry at first, but increasingly there'll be wintry showers coming through, especially for northern and western parts of the UK. Inland, increasingly sunny skies, especially through the Midlands, eastern and southern England, but it's going to feel cold, particularly in the north, in that biting northerly wind.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
delicious?
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train. Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa!
Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Kearse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 13th of January. Today, the United States has launched new attacks on Houthi rebels in Yemen as they vow the US and UK strikes will not go without punishment or retaliation.
At The Hague, Israel has hit back at South Africa as it presents its defence at the International Court of Justice over accusations of genocide in Gaza.
But with all these latest developments, have we forgotten about the hostages still being held by Hamas? We'll speak to the sister of the last remaining UK hostage.
And it's the scandal that's rocked the country, how one TV drama has brought the post office scandal to light as victims now seek their real justice.
We'll have the weather for you, of course. Aidan's got the details.
It's turning colder this weekend, and some places will have disruptive snow by the end of tomorrow. Find out all the details in the forecast coming up.
Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
We were talking about Mark Ormrod, we spoke to earlier on, who had his prosthetic limbs stolen from the back of his car.
Unbelievable.
Can you believe it?
And he retrieved them by going onto Facebook and saying, if anyone sees these at all, they're discarded somewhere. And a lady on Facebook had seen them and posted pictures, and he said, yes, those are my legs.
Can you I know. Anyway, Helena's been in touch and says she's had this happen to me twice. I'm having the car broken into and things stolen. She says, in both cases, what was left of my belongings were found not far from where they were stolen. The key is to search locally. Where the thief might have some cover or near big bins and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I tried that once. I had the car broken into once when one of my sons was learning the bassoon. And if you don't know what a bassoon looks like, it's a flipping great thing, you know, and it takes 5 hours to put together. But he was quite good on the bassoon. But
which one was that?
That's Jake. He is the bassoonist.
Was he?
Yeah, absolutely. And so we'd left it in the boot of the car after he'd been to a bassoon lesson. And the car was locked and everything outside our house. When we went out in the morning, the car had been broken into. And obviously it was in a big case. So maybe the case looked interesting to the thief and took the... But within minutes, they must have realised, what the heck is this thing? So we went searching all of the all the local hedgerows and things like that, because we thought any thief seeing that would just discard it because they wouldn't know what to do with it. Never found it. But in the end, we went to the sort of bassoon association, and they said, because every bassoon has a number on it, and they said, make a thing on the number and just look on eBay and all the other auction sites to see if it ever comes up, because you having that number registered to your name, you'll get it back, because it was worth a good $3,000. And we never, ever got it back, sadly. I wonder where it ever went. I wonder if it was well looked after. At least it was sold to a bassoonist.
Yeah. I don't know, you'd have to check it. You should if you've still got that number, put it out somewhere and get every bassoonist to check their bassoon.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
You could have Anne Diamond's bassoon.
Yeah, we wouldn't know how to play it now. No. It took long enough to just put together. And it was taller than him. He was about 7 at the time.
What a thing. I mean, that
he went to a concert,
nightmare.
He said, I want to learn how to play that.
Oh, Lord.
It's great. How about starting with the recorder?
Yeah, done, yeah.
Exactly.
Look, so let's have a look at our main news this morning. The United States has launched more airstrikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen. Now, these latest strikes follow that joint operation 24 hours ago between the UK and the US.
In a statement, a spokesperson for the Houthis has vowed to retaliate, saying these strikes will not go unanswered or unpunished.
Well, thousands took to the streets of Yemen's capital yesterday, condemning the strikes. Impressive crowds. Got to be said, though, we think this was orchestrated by the military.
Very impressive crowds, though. Gosh. Well, let's now talk to former commander of the UK and NATO chemical, biological and nuclear forces, Colonel Hamish de Bretton-Gordon. And a very good morning to you. Thanks very much for coming on the programme. Big question, what do you think is going to happen next?
Well, we will wait and see. It's too early to say. But I just want to clear up a few facts. A lot of commentators and experts on other channels talking about these attacks by the US and the UK on the missile sites and also the drone sites, trying to compare them to the Saudi attacks on the Houthis over 2 years. Now, it's a very different task from trying to kill individual fighters with attacks from the air. But attacking these drone sites and missile sites, which as soon as they get ready to fire, they switch them on, they produce a massive electronic signature, and that is how the US and the UK missiles and fighters can take them out. So I think a lot of talk about the Houthis are gonna, what they're gonna do in return. There's actually there's not very much at all they can do. And the other thing, you comment on those massive crowds we're seeing. Now, not a lot of people understand or know, I expect, that 90% of food in Yemen comes in the form of food aid from the international community on the very ships which the Houthis are attacking, which are now avoiding Yemen, and of course putting up the price of that food aid. So, I expect if those crowds knew that they were going to get less food and it was going to be more expensive because of these attacks, they might not be out in such numbers. But it is crucial that the UK and the US carry on and nullify these attacks, which everybody knows have been orchestrated by Iran in the hope that the war in the region will escalate. But I think it'll be de-escalatory. And as soon as we get the Red Sea open and the Suez Canal open, then hopefully prices in this country and elsewhere will return to where they should be.
Yeah, I mean, the question with all this and what it all hangs on is how much we have or need to continue degrading these sites in Yemen, and how quickly it can all be re-established, because, of course, not forgetting that they're backed by Iran.
Well, that's true, and we're not going to find that out for a couple of days. There were rumours that a missile had been fired yesterday by the Houthis after the strikes. That's unconfirmed. We will have to see. I expect the Houthis have a relatively limited capability here. I think that the action being taken, because as I've explained, it is easier taking out these sites than actually attacking sort of individuals and fighters. So, and if they're destroyed, they are destroyed. Now, Iran might well try and give them more kit and everything else, but one would hope that diplomatically and politically, the Americans in particular are talking to the Iranians and in very clear terms making sure that they're aware of the consequences for continuing to encourage the Houthis to do this. The other final thing I'd like to say, I know there's a lot of angst in Parliament and in Westminster at the moment about some MPs not being asked whether this is the right thing to do. Let's remember back to September 2013, when Assad used chemical weapons and killed thousands of people. Our Parliament voted not to attack and destroy his chemical weapons site. He is still in power now, 10 years later. He's killed hundreds of thousands of civilians, and chemical weapons were used extensively. In fact, they stopped being used in 2019 when Britain and America did eventually strike with jets his chemical weapons program.
So is your hope for some sort of closure as soon as possible on this terrible incident, is your hope that it will be a diplomatic agreement somehow with Iran to just lay off?
Well, I think that's part of it. If that was the only thing that was required, it would be more straightforward. But there is a military piece here as well, and degrading the Houthis' ability to fire these missiles. And, I don't think they have hundreds of them. We have seen them, I believe, about 27 or 28 attacks on shipping over the last few weeks or so. I expect the 70-plus attacks that were happening the night before last have severely degraded their ability to do this. So no doubt also American and British intelligence will be keeping a close eye on sort of transport links to Iran to see if Iran is trying to replace some of these missiles. But I expect they're severely degraded, but we'll have to see the battle damage assessment over the next few days to see exactly the extent of what the US has done. They followed up last night with another attack. Presumably, they've seen something else that needs to be another site that needs to be taken out. So we shall see. Hopefully, that'll be the end of it. And hopefully, then it's a diplomatic and political activity to make sure it doesn't happen again.
OK, Colonel, good to see you. Thanks for your assessment this morning. Now, this is a difficult one. A soldier who mistakenly shot a child whilst on duty waited 5 years for therapy, but then ultimately he took his own life.
Yeah, he was called George Dupreez, and he developed PTSD after the incident, which was in 2011. His wife says he didn't know he was firing at a child at the time. Now, meanwhile, the Army say that service personnel health is taken extremely seriously, and they won't comment on the specifics of individual cases, but it prompts a question that we talk about quite a lot, doesn't it? Do we do enough in this country to support our veterans?
Well, let's talk to one of those veterans, Sean Johnston, who joins us this morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
I mean, look, there seems to be a pretty clear question, a pretty clear answer to this, I beg your pardon, that we just don't.
I think we're doing more today than ever before. I came out the military in '95 with a crush injury. I was very, very disappointed. I wanted to do a full 22-year career. And there was very little information available, the Royal British Legion in your local regiment. As for health, mental health, one wouldn't have known where to turn to. And a lot of people dealt with it internally because they didn't want to talk about it. There wasn't that platform to say, let's talk about what's bothering inside. So, yeah, it was a struggle for not only me, but for a lot of veterans. Not all. A lot of guys and girls come out, as they went in. But I think we're doing more today than we have ever done in the past.
But when it comes to mental health, a lot of the work that is being done by charities.
You're absolutely right, Stephen. And I was very fortunate. I connected with Combat Stress back in the day.
How did you know about them?
I went to a GP eventually. My wife just dragged me down there saying, something's not right, you've got to start talking. And she had a lot of empathy and connection to the armed forces and said, I think you need to be talking to these people at combat stress. So I did, and I had a journey with them to get me back on my feet.
You said your wife was clearly worried about you. In what way? What were you doing, saying, being?
Oh, it was terrible. It was. I mean, it's early morning, but I came out of the military and I couldn't really connect. And I know this is a very, very common thing with lots of vets. I couldn't connect. I couldn't pick up where I'd left off 12 years before. I'd been on 2 tours of duty. I'd been with a family like no other. They watched my back as I watched theirs, without even thinking about it. And then suddenly, when you come out and you're in Civvy Street and you think you're going to do it again and connect back in. No, it's difficult because nobody speaks your language. And I don't mean the English language, I mean that military jargon. Nobody supports you. You get paranoid. And one of the dangers is alcohol. You think that's... I mean, we used to drink all the time in the military. You drink on good occasions and bad. And you thought that was the thing to say, the saviour, if you will. Well, it's not. It takes you down a very, very dark path. So I kicked about, couldn't get a job, couldn't settle, couldn't have relationships with people. I didn't trust them. It was my wife who came in, and I finally opened the door to myself. But also, I spent 10 weeks in a secure hospital, and I was astonished. Now, I remember being in there, Anne, and I'm thinking, I cried. I thought, what? When I joined the army, I was the happiest bloke in the world, and I came and I thought,
how can it come to this?
Why am I like this today? But I fought back, and I do a lot of work today. I do a lot of black tie events, talk about it, get people back on the feet, because I know you can get out of it. It's a bit of support. But
the interesting thing is, though, it's not. I mean, obviously there are people who suffer because of what they've seen and what they've been through, and perhaps we understand. People who aren't connected to the armed forces can be a bit more sympathetic to that. But there's also just those people who may not have seen a lot of combat, but essentially you become institutionalised.
That's exactly it, Steve. You're absolutely right. My problems wasn't necessarily the fact that I've been on tours of duty. It was the paranoia. I was in for 12 years when we had the IRA days, and every time...
you served in Northern Ireland, didn't you?
Twice, yeah, in the early 80s. But we searched our camps, not our camps, our cars going in and out all the time. It was just normal. When I first joined the army in '83, the IRA bombed the guardroom at 3 in the morning. That was my welcome to the British Army. But that didn't bother you at the time. It's when you came out and you're still searching your car a year later and you're wondering, why am I still on the back foot?
Well, I tell you what I hear as well is that a lot of people who come out of the armed forces, they may be going through all sorts of struggles to reintegrated, but they also are a bit aware that there are some people, ordinary people in the street, who are very anti them because they've served. I mean, I can't believe the attitude in our country sometimes.
It's very different.
People who have been soldiers.
Very different, isn't it? I remember as a kid going in the early 80s, whenever you went into a pub in the UK, people would buy you a drink. And go on, son, and when you're going back, and that's the general question. Very different now. I remember a time where we couldn't travel in uniform.
That's right.
Because it was identified as being as Britain's
Why have we changed?
I just think it's the way of the generation, and I think we're living in different times now. It's not the same. The world is changing fast in front of our face. We see that. But that brings us back to the health now, mental health with veterans. I do a lot of work with a fellow veteran. We have a YouTube channel called On Parade UK, and we talk and bring veterans together. And we've recorded a lot of interviews to talk to veterans. And in doing so, we've connected with the NHS, the Veterans NHS. We do a lot of work with them. They support us. And that's nice because guys can connect with us and say, yeah, thanks for the channel. That's really helpful. And it's about that. It's about talking. You've got to talk to each other.
So what would you say to either someone watching who's veteran or currently serving, or indeed a family member who's worried about someone? How do you get them to start the journey? Because actually, often it's the first step that is the most difficult.
Yeah. If it's a veteran issue, I would call an organisation called Veterans Gateway. They're like the umbrella of charities. pop a call into them. It's a free phone number. They will be able to get you to where you need to go and connect you. If you go online, you will find certain numbers across the UK for Op Courage. Now, Op Courage is the new service. It's been running a few years now. It's fabulous. And I'm going back to the story of the lad who took his life. I mean, that's just tragic.
And 5 years he was waiting.
It's terrible. It's terrible, Anne. Absolutely shocking. And I feel that pain every time someone takes the life, even if they're not ex-military, because I know, had he got that support, we wouldn't be having this discussion now. But it is sad. I've lost 3 friends in my small circle who've taken their lives, and that's tragic as well.
Yeah.
So how big's the problem?
Yes,
far bigger than we
But you know,
imagine, I think.
you were mentioning that umbrella organisation that covers all of the sort of charities that might help with this. If you're a soldier at the moment and you're probably going to come out of the service and go back into civilian life, will somebody tell you about that organisation, even if you don't need it? Will you be given information about that?
I think there's always pressure to do more for when you leave the military, and I believe, I haven't spoken to anybody who's recently left the military, but I know that they're very aware of it. This conversations with Veterans NHS all the time. They meet often, they discuss current issues. Is it working right? They're working very closely with GPs now. So if you go into your GP, you will be able to produce your ID card, your Veterans ID card, which is still being rolled out, and connect with a GP. And I think one of the questions they'll ask you in a hospital or a GP is, have you served in the military? So that we can identify any underlying issues. So but it's always lots of work to do. I think we've got to keep pushing hard, and not just for veterans, for everybody, I think. I mean, mental health for all of us, and we've got to get it right.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right on that.
I do think we should be more
their lives on the line.
Exactly. We should be more caring to our vets. Gosh, we all owe them.
Yeah, look, really good to see you, Sean. Thank you very much indeed. And although Sean mentioned all those various issues and things that your groups that you can talk to, help is always available from the Samaritans, I should say, whether you're a veteran, armed forces or not, and they will listen to you without any judgment or any condemnation, whatever you've got to say to them. You can just call them on 116 123 or go to samaritans.org.
Right, it's 18 minutes past 9. Shall we have a look at some of the other stories coming into the newsroom today?
Well, the first Channel migrants of 2024 have arrived in Dover. They were picked up by a Border Force vessel early this morning. We've counted about 50 migrants who were taken off a catamaran and transferred to the Border Force Processing Centre in Dover. It's the first small boat intercepted since the 16th of December.
Parts of the UK are set for more snow and sub-zero temperatures. The Met Office has issued yellow alerts for snow and ice for much of the north of Scotland, coming into effect from Sunday and lasting until Monday night. Conditions are likely to cause travel disruption, of course, with some roads and railways affected.
Ukraine's president has hailed the UK's £2.5 billion military aid package. The Prime Minister made the announcement during a visit to Kyiv yesterday, with the package including long-range missiles, air defence and artillery shells. And Rishi Sunak promised to stand with Ukraine in its fight against Russia.
And Princess Anne has wrapped up the first royal visit of the year, a busy 3 days of engagements in Sri Lanka to mark 75 years of diplomacy with Britain. The princess laid flowers at a cemetery marking those who died during the First and Second World Wars. And she also visited a Hindu temple in the capital and received a blessing from the chief priest.
We've been talking about Christmas decks this morning, whether you've still...
got them up.
Got them up, like this one here.
Tree still up.
Crazy. Anyway, you're all in agreement, apparently. David in Twickenham sent this picture in. This is our dead tree.
Oh, yes. This is the dead tree that
we didn't have the heart to cut it down,
ways.
So we've decorated it.
Oh.
We add more and more each year. We never take them off. A cheerful view in winter.
I'll bet it is when the snow's covering it, yeah.
Oh, Dave, I hate to tell you.
No, don't say it.
It's
no.
not a cheerful view. It's a dead tree.
Yeah.
It's a dead tree.
No.
I'd be taking it down.
Yeah, but
it's a dead tree with a few baubles on it. God love you.
I think pray for snow in that garden.
It would look all right in snow.
It would look gorgeous in snow. Or maybe paint it white.
I mean, what's it look like in summer?
Well, it's probably covered in other things. Ivy, is that ivy growing up? I don't know. It's an interesting phenomenon, Dave. The dead tree. I'm not completely convinced. But,
I'm not either, I've got to admit.
But I'll bet other people do it as well, because people feel sorry for dead trees, don't they?
Do they? I'm slightly lost. I'm slightly lost for words.
Clearly.
If you're listening on the radio, it's a dead tree with some baubles on it.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I know, but the thought is there, and it's lovely.
The thought is there, Dave.
Why doesn't it spring a new growth?
Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Because it's dead.
I know. I'm very upset.
It's properly.
I love the idea.
That's properly dead. That one. Okay. I mean, but I'm a bit of a pyromaniac. I'd be just setting fire to it.
Oh.
Which is what I do with the Christmas tree. It's the best part of Christmas when you check the decks out and then you get the Christmas tree in the garden and it goes.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Brilliant. I love it every year. It's the best part, and the smoke stinks of Christmassy.
Is that what you'll be doing? Have you done it already?
I've done it.
Oh.
Did that on New Year's Eve.
It's like you've cleared up Christmas and tidied it away already.
Yeah, and by the time New Year's Eve came in, it was nothing but a pile of ashes. I don't know what the neighbours thought with all the smoke, but it was blooming.
Whereas my living room is still twinkling.
Twinkling, right.
And I'm going to let it twinkle for a little
Well,
longer.
it might twinkle a bit more because we've got some snow on the way, apparently.
I don't know where it's coming. Let's find out, shall we? Here's Aidan McGivern.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGivern here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a cloudy start to the day and the weekend, but through the weekend it turns colder. And by tomorrow, the risk of some substantial snow in some places. That sets the theme for the forthcoming week. But as we begin the weekend, actually relatively quiet out there. Yes, largely cloudy skies, some breaks in that cloud, giving blue skies, especially towards the north and northeast. We do have an area of rain moving through Northern Ireland into North Wales and the Midlands. Ahead of that, temperatures of 4 or 5 Celsius. Behind it, the weather's already starting to turn colder in the far north of Scotland. Showers here, falling as snow over the hills. But into tonight, those showers increasingly falling as snow in the far north down to lower levels. And as a result, those snow showers will start to develop widely and settle across northern Scotland by the end of the night. Elsewhere, relatively quiet night to come, generally cloudy skies, some rain or sleet showers into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales. But we'll all notice the change through tomorrow. Yes, there'll be a lot of cloud cover. Many places will be dry at first, but increasingly there'll be wintry showers coming through, especially for northern and western parts of the UK. Inland, increasingly sunny skies, especially through the Midlands, eastern and southern England, but it's going to feel cold, particularly in the north, in that biting northerly wind.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Morning again. It's 28 minutes past 9 already. Now, we've been following this awful war between Israel and Hamas since the October the 7th attack. And whilst many hostages have been released by Hamas, it is believed that there is still one more British national still being held.
Yeah, that's 51-year-old Nadav Popplewell. He was captured with his mother from their home on the 7th of October. His mother was later released, but Nadav has not yet come home.
Well, joining us now is his sister, Eilet, from Tel Aviv. I think we can join her now. Morning, Eilet. Thank you very much for joining us today. You must still be living in this state of worry and angst. What do you know of your brother's... What do you know of your brother's fate? Do you know it very much at all?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me. We really don't have much current information. We did get some info when my mother was released. She was held with Nadav in the tunnels. So my mom was released on the 49th day, so the first day of the deal. She did tell us of his condition and how he was doing, but that's, it's not current. And as of now, we really don't know. We live in constant fear for his well-being, and yeah, it's just horrendous.
I mean, I guess the problem with this is as well, with every passing day, it makes things, it's very difficult to say to you, but it makes the outcome less hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree. I'm a very realistic person. I can be hopeful, but I'm also realistic. It is 99 days today. It'll be 100 days tomorrow. Obviously, we can all assume that their condition is deteriorating. My brother is 51 years old. He's diabetic. He needs medications. He's got asthma. He needs medications for that. He's not getting any of those. They have very little food. I know that he's lost a lot of weight, and that was when my mom was released, and she told us Nadav was thin man to begin with, so he didn't have a lot of extras, so he lost a lot of weight. Yeah, it's, we worry for them every second of every day, and they're being held by people who have their lives in their hands. So any second can change the whole picture.
Is there anyone who is liaising with you? Anyone from, an aid agency or the military? Is there anyone who's able to keep you up to date with what they think is happening?
The Israeli authorities are in touch with us all the time. They will update us on information if they have any, or if it's something that they can share us that won't jeopardize Nadav or any of the other hostages. Most of the time, there is no new information. We don't have anything new, anything current. It's just what we know from when the last releases were, and that's it. They keep in touch with us. But most of our information we gather from the media. If there's negotiations going on, if there's any rumors, we gather our information from the media. Until anything is official, we won't get it from the authorities. And as of now, there's nothing official.
What about support from other families affected by this? I think I'm right in saying there's 132 people still being held. Is that providing any sort of support network? Because to be going through what you're going through is, frankly, for most of us, absolutely unbelievable.
So there's 136 hostages held at the moment. My mom and Nadav were taken from a kibbutz called Nirim. There were other people taken from that kibbutz whose families I know. Some were released. There's one young man, is in his 30s, that is still being held hostage. So of course I'm in closer connection with his family, who I've known since childhood. There's a headquarters for the families in Tel Aviv. I live near Haifa, so that's almost 2 hours away. So I don't get there much, but we keep in touch online. So we have a place, a square in Tel Aviv, where we have the rallies, and the families stay there all the time. We are in touch, and we do provide, moral support to each other. But we're all in the same boat. We all don't get much information. None of us know much.
And Nadav, of course, has British citizenship. Does he have his own family here in Britain or back in Tel Aviv?
So Nadav is single. He doesn't have any children. He is British, as am I, and so was our brother Rohi, who was murdered on October 7th. We have family in Yorkshire. My dad's brother and my aunt and my cousin, but Nadav doesn't have any immediate family back in Israel. Me and my mom are his immediate family.
OK. Look, we appreciate you talking to us. We send every sympathy and best wish to you and your family. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And thank you for reminding us, too, that it's 100 days tomorrow.
Oh, 100 days tomorrow, yeah. Which is...
Well,
isn't it funny? It's sort of flown by I was thinking it's flown by, not for that family.
No.
All those families of 136 people still missing. But I'm glad that some of the families are talking to each other, because they are the only people who can understand what they're going through. For the rest of us, it's impossible to get your head around.
And it's important as well that they don't let the narrative of what happened on December 7th, be completely overtaken by other news events. What happened on that day was totally inhuman and unforgivable.
Yeah. Absolutely so. Look, we've got lots heading your way in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 till 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train. Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Kearse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
9:39. Now, as many people get older, people face issues such as becoming isolated or feeling lonely. However, a ukulele-playing group known as the Bus Pass Band, you'll join them soon, won't you, are here to prove that this doesn't necessarily have to be the case.
Yeah, our North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper paid one of their sessions a visit to find out more.
Music to the ears, literally. The Bus Pass Band in Stockport are a group of pensioners with a simple goal: making friends and being social, all whilst playing their ukuleles and singing some of their favourite songs.
There's a lot of people in the band that are on their own, the partners have died. So it's absolutely fantastic that they can come along, join in on a Friday morning, sing and play. It's the best thing I've done in retirement.
Research from Age UK has found that 1.4 million older people in the UK often feel lonely. But here at the Bus Pass Band, it's all about getting out of the house and being a part of something.
People come, they have no idea what we're doing with this. They have no idea at all, or even any sort of inclination to play an instrument. But they've just heard that we have a bit of fun, and they will come, and we encourage them to stay. Even if they can't play, it doesn't matter. You can sing, and you can join in, and that's what's happened. And so it's all part and parcel of, if you like, our reach into the community.
The group also plays regularly for dementia carer groups, as studies show that hearing songs that are familiar to us can help to stimulate our memories.
Music is the last thing to go, and the last thing to go is the people and what they remember of. So we went back and had a look at all the old songs that we thought we could do, and that's the way that we set out to do it, and that's how it proved very popular. Anybody with a ukulele in their hand is a happy person.
Here at the Bus Pass Band, it's all about coming down, socialising and having a go. So I guess now it's my turn. Sophie Reaper, GB News. Come on guys, help me out.
Come on, change chords, Sophie.
Good on her, though, for having a
I
go.
know. I'd love to have a go, actually. Ever had a go at playing the ukulele?
I've never played the ukulele, no. I've had a go on a banjo.
Yeah, it's differently strung, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the banjos are the round ones.
Yeah, yeah. But I think it's got more strings than it.
I don't know.
Has a ukulele only got 4 strings? I don't know.
I can play the violin.
Good.
But, I mean, not...
Because it takes years learning how to hold a violin, let alone play it.
Yeah. So I can still play it, but I...
Have you got one still?
No. My niece has got mine. So I don't know. I had to go a couple of years ago. I don't think I can read music anymore.
Oh. You see,
I'm sure you'd pick it up.
You know how, as you get older, people tell you that you've got to keep the mind active, you've got to do Sudoku or things like, or crosswords. Yuck. But I read music.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. And
you're a pianist, aren't you?
Yeah, and I think that keeps the brain very sharp, don't you? Agree with me, please.
Yes, I
I think
am.
it does.
I am.
Because, you know, I love I'm very proud of being able to read music. I think all children should learn how to read music. It's brilliant. But I think it may be good for the brain as you get older.
You see, all I can picture now is you playing the piano and me leaning on the top with a gin and tonic.
Yeah.
All that. Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, that's something we'll rehearse a party piece for next Christmas.
Yes.
We're still here.
Right, go on, you say this, because you went to the original
I went to
thing.
the original Gladiators.
You've heard
I
this.
used to take my kids and all their friends, and it was a real birthday treat. And it was done at the in Birmingham. And what do I mean? The NEC in Birmingham, that's it. And because of who I was, thank goodness, we used to get front row seats. So the kids were absolutely thrilled. It was such a brilliant thing. Gladiators. Ready? Contenders. Ready? It was iconic and it was brilliant, and it's back for a comeback series, and I'll bet you it'll do well.
Yeah, it will be. It's an 11-episode run. It's father and son, Bradley and Barney Walsh, who are pitting a new generation of superhumans against contenders in the ultimate test of speed, strength and earbuds.
And fun, yes, very much so. So joining us now are 2 original gladiators. Susie Cox, or best known as former gladiator Vogue, and James Crossley, known as Hunter.
Hunter.
Oh, gosh, yes, thank you very much. It's quite something to meet you again. Thank you for joining us. Right, who's going to start? Let's go to you, Hunter, first. What would be your top tips to the next generation of gladiators?
So the games are very, very niche, and you really have to practice them in your own time, because you only get maybe 1 or 2 hours. You get 2 days to practice all the events. So my top tip is to recreate the games at home, so you have the muscle skills to actually do the games, and you'll be able to kind of get better and better, because you only get better at those games. They're so, swinging on rings, climbing walls, they're so specific that you have to get it done in your own time.
What about you, Vogue? Did you ever want the contenders to win, or were you always determined really to knock the stuffing out of them?
Oh, never wanted anybody to win. We're on the show because we're hugely competitive athletes ourselves. So actually, it is proper competition. Although it was light entertainment TV, it was an actual, we're all very competitive. So no, we never ever wanted anybody to win. If we got beaten, which we hated, hopefully it was by someone who was much, much better than us on the day, but generally, no one wanted to get beaten.
No, I know. How did you get involved in the first place? I mean, did TV producers come to you and say, we're creating this new show, we want you to somehow be involved? Hunter?
So we were at a time where there was only 4 TV channels when Gladiators first came out. There was no social media. So I was actually in a bodybuilding magazine. I'd started bodybuilding at 12. So by the time I was 19, I was doing these big shows and winning these junior shows. And they put me in a bodybuilding magazine comparing me to Johnny Weissmuller, to Tarzan. So they said, is James Crossley the next Tarzan? And that's how I was spotted. The producers saw the magazine and they said, right, we're going to audition you. And that's basically how I got in.
Yeah, you did have that Tarzan look about you, isn't it? With all the muscles, obviously, but the blonde hair. Yeah.
Do you miss?
Sadly, I don't have the hair anymore. I've got the memory here. Look.
That's you, yes.
Oh, very nice. How about you, Susie? How did they get hold of you?
Yeah, I was competing. I actually got asked to audition for the first series, and then I was competing in a sport called competitive aerobics, one of those spangly lycra sports back in the 90s. And I just qualified to go to World Championships. And I'd seen American Gladiators, wasn't quite sure it'd work as well over here, but obviously, what did I know? It was a huge hit. So I then re-auditioned once they changed the teams around to sort of the end of series 3. They looked at the team and obviously wanted to make some changes. I did an audition, and that's how I got in from that way, really.
I wonder if you, I mean, all these years later, it must bring a lot of memories back when we see the new show tonight. But I wonder, James, do you miss it? Because, I mean, it must have been a lot of fun, but there was an awful lot of attention.
Yeah, for me, the part of the show I most enjoyed was the competition. I had, a big brother, and these were like competing against 6 brothers because I was always the youngest gladiator. So for me, the competition was a thing. So I do miss having that competitive edge and going against people. But yeah, I mean, it was 18 million viewers at its peak. And so that became quite tricky when you had so much attention. Like we said, 4 channels. So people didn't have the options that they have now. So you couldn't really go anywhere without people kind of knowing who you were. But I do miss the competitiveness, the friendship that we had, the travel that opened up. But the attention, not so much.
No, you guys were. Whoops! Oh, you've dropped your computer. You've dropped your computer.
Dr. Clanger.
And again.
You failed that challenge, James.
Yeah. Susie, I mean, I remember those days. I mean, one of you was always on the front page of, the tabloids. You were tabloid fodder, weren't you? That was the downside of the fame, I suppose. Did anyone prepare you for that level of fame and celebrity?
Not really, but obviously LWT press office were very on board and obviously coached us if anything big was coming up, or obviously took us to press launches, photos, stuff. But no, not really. It's sort of, as you know, TV sort of just thrown in the deep end sometimes and to sort of get on with it. So I think for some people it was a bit of a shock. Some people embraced it. Some people found it more uncomfortable. So everybody's different and how they approached it. But I was actually looking at your bus pass band and thinking maybe we should get a little gladiator band together. We go to a little...
Yeah.
Get a little gym together and all train together, collaborate. Like James was saying, we miss getting together and seeing each other. So maybe we could do that instead. James is a musician.
That wouldn't be a bad thing to do. What I want to know is, will you be watching tonight, or is it
too much for you?
Too much? Hunter?
Oh, God, no, definitely.
I'll definitely check it out. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand from people that have been to see it live, it's very, very similar to ours. They've got the same games, the same music, the same format. So I think really they've just taken our format and put a more modern edge on it, because obviously we were 30 years ago. But I don't see how it can't it's definitely going to work when it's got the same format we had, because it was such a huge show. So I think it'll do really well.
Yeah, I guess, though, even if it's very successful, it'll never get the level of audience that you had, will it?
I don't think that will ever happen again, because when we were on telly, because there was only 4 channels, that there was no option. So we had such a massive audience share, whereas now you've got so many different channels to watch, so many YouTubes, internet. We didn't even have the internet then. So, yeah, it would never get the same kind of attention, I don't think.
But very briefly then, before we say goodbye, what do you guys do now?
I podcast, do a bit of presenting and sort of speaking stuff, but professional mother, I call it, full-time, really. I've got teenagers, I've got a 16-year-old and 18-year-old, so they take up a huge amount of time.
And James?
I run a sound healing teacher training school. So I run gong baths, and I have a teacher training school to teach people to run gong baths. And I'm a handpan player. So I'm hoping I can join your band, Dan, when you're on the violin, and we can get involved.
Oh, do you know, I've been to a gong bath. I've had a gong bath. They're quite phenomenal.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, you better explain it just very briefly, James.
It's a meditation to sound. So you lay down, the sounds wash through your body, and the vibrations and the sounds, they retune you. So amazing for stress, for sleep, for anxiety, put you in a very restful place.
Well, and is that one of the gongs behind you?
Yeah, this is one of the gongs. I've got a few handpans.
Well, as we say goodbye...
There, yeah.
As we say goodbye, give us a gong.
So, yeah, I've been doing that about 5 years.
Do the gong for us as a way of saying goodbye, then.
Just a bit worried that my...
and we'll take a brief meditation.
Yeah, I need to get a gong beater.
No, use your hand.
Oh, no, you see, gong beater, you've thrown it all on there. Here we go.
OK, on that lovely, peaceful note, we'll say goodbye. Great to meet you again. Thank you.
All right, let's tell you about the pub of the year, should we? It's been unveiled. Jack Carson's got the details.
The beating heart of a community, bringing people together over a drink. Now, for the second year running, the Tamworth Tap has been voted Pub of the Year by the Campaign for Real Ales. For the brew pub that only opened in 2017, owner George Greenaway says he was lost for words at their latest achievement.
Words can't describe really how we're all feeling, the whole team. All of that hard work over the past 12 months has certainly paid off. We certainly didn't expect 2 years on the trot. It's only ever been done once before in the whole history of Canberra National Pub of the Year, so we're delighted and honoured.
Entrants from across the country were judged on everything from atmosphere and decor to community focus and, of course, good tasting beer. Cheers to that.
But for the punters, what makes this pub the place to be?
The bar staff are brilliant. They are really good at what they do. They know the beers and they're friendly and they're helpful.
We think it was absolutely fantastic first impressions we came in. We didn't realise it was award-winning day, and we were amazed at how many people would be in here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we've actually walked 15 miles to get here, which is, and the bonus at the end was great beer.
It's just the best place ever. There's always something different to see, always. George and Louise are the best landlords, owners ever. And it's the best pub in Britain, as far as I'm concerned.
So that award definitely deserved today, then?
Oh, my God, yes. And hopefully, third year running next year.
With spiking costs in the last 12 months, business hasn't been easy for pub landlords. And according to CAMRA, 21 pubs a week are closing their doors.
The energy bills, they were the big crippler last year for most hospitality businesses. And the discount on business rates across the hospitality sector as well, that's helped. It was extortionate what we were paying 12 months ago. That meant reducing the amount of beer we were brewing, but we're back on track, and again we'll be looking to invest.
Despite some hard times, the Tamworth Tap has pulled through and tasted sweet success once again. Jack Carson, GB News, Tamworth.
Might
Looks
go
a
to
great
the pub
place
tonight. Yeah,
looks a great place to be.
Angela in Nottingham's taken her Christmas tree down, but it's a curios tree with a giraffe and zebra in fairies and pretty lights.
Well, that's what she keeps up. It brightens her day.
She's
Quite
in a
right
chilly
too.
Nottingham.
Keep your decorations up. Stand against the tide.
Peter and Ellie are coming up next with Saturday Morning Live. We'll see you at 6 o'clock tomorrow.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a cloudy start to the day and the weekend, but through the weekend it turns colder. And by tomorrow, the risk of some substantial snow in some places. That sets the theme for the forthcoming week. But as we begin the weekend, actually relatively quiet out there. Yes, largely cloudy skies, some breaks in that cloud, giving blue skies, especially towards the north and northeast. We do have an area of rain moving through Northern Ireland into North Wales and the Midlands. Ahead of that, temperatures of 4 or 5 Celsius. Behind it, the weather's already starting to turn colder in the far north of Scotland. Showers here, falling as snow over the hills. But into tonight, those showers increasingly falling as snow in the far north down to lower levels. And as a result, those snow showers will start to develop widely and settle across northern Scotland by the end of the night. Elsewhere, relatively quiet night to come, generally cloudy skies, some rain or sleet showers into Northern Ireland, Northwest England and North Wales. But we'll all notice the change through tomorrow. Yes, there'll be a lot of cloud cover. Many places will be dry at first, but increasingly there'll be wintry showers coming through, especially for northern and western parts of the UK. Inland, increasingly sunny skies, especially through the Midlands, eastern and southern England, but it's going to feel cold, particularly in the north, in that biting northerly wind.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News.